PTSD from the first responders like Ray Hermosillo that have to deal with finding really tough situations and victims of really tough situations. Like, I wonder if Glenn Pace had some type of PTSD after interviewing 60 plus victims of satanic ritualistic abuse. Are you there? Can't hear you, Kresha. I heard a boom boom. We still can't hear you. I wonder if your microphone is off on a different device. That happened one time before. There you are.
Okay. I'm jump.
Yeah, I hear you.
Jumped on my computer here in my room. Can you?
You're fading in and out. Like, we can hear you some, but then you fade out for a second and then you fade back in.
Oh my gosh.
We're fine. We're walking and talking. We're just thinking through and talking through some stuff. Hi, Elizabeth. Hey there. Yeah, they were talking in chat about what actually happened to JJ and Tylee, especially Tylee, and how that relates to what we've been looking at with the SRA. Now that you're broadcasting your channels, I'll tone it down. I was actually saying it. Oh. Is that better?
Allegedly. For now.
We can hear you better for sure.
Holy cow. Yeah. I'm always stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I just happen to wake up under a rock. So, yeah. I feel like I turned 54 this week, but it was Jason that did. I had my 2 naps today. So what gives, Joe? No. And then I woke up and nobody's here. So, and I'm always just one of those people that I'm like, just now I called you and I'm like, oh, it's Tuesday. Oh my God. So it's just been a great awakening. How about that?
The Great Awakening, where you have to push a rock off of yourself before you can even like climb out of bed.
It's like I'm getting woke in layers right now.
Right.
Anyways, yeah, lots of PTSD. I wonder about Bishop Glenn L. Pace too. There's this one guy who is on YouTube, and I mean, he's been a place where I've found myself before. It's called and I mean, again, Tree of Liberty Society is the name of the channel, and the guy's name is Ben McClintock or something. Yeah, Ben McClintock, which I was always leery of because he used to appear on these same kind of what do you call it? Conferences where like Chad would go talk for like Book of Mormon evidence conferences, and like he has appeared before in collaboration with The Last Dispensation, who is the same channel that Tim Ballard, in my opinion, has exploited in order to push his agenda, okay, and to continue disinforming, stirring the pot, but it's the chaos pot, okay, on that side. And anyway, so, but again, I always go where I find information, and it doesn't matter if we're on the same team or not. I believe it appears that we are on the same team as far as Ben McClintock. because he speaks out against SRA, against David Hamblin. He has actually the only one that I know in this space that has approached Bishop Glenn Pace after the Pace memo. Actually, like 2 weeks before Glenn Pace died, he and another guy that he knew, I'm talking about Ben still, went to Bishop Glenn Pace's house and asked, just to corroborate some of this stuff, because it's so outlandish. It's just out there. And it was just swept under the rug, like many other things in the church have been done. And he retells a little bit of that, but it was confirmed, according to Ben McClintock, that Bishop Pace actually interviewed more people after the fact, after the Pace memo was, turned in. And it wasn't called Pace memo back then. It was just called here's your next assignment. Okay. And then once Bishop Glenn Pace returned with his findings, okay, on the 60 victims that he did have to, he had to pace himself. And I say that loosely. Glenn Pace had to pace himself and interview only at least 60 of these people. And there were so many more. And, claiming that they had been ritually abused, all their stories, although they didn't know each other, all the victims that came forward, they corroborated, they all say the same thing. And whether you're inside this LDS circle or not, it's the same thing. And I'm saying that from my own experience, from researching into anybody and everybody that'll talk about this stuff. It's the same thing as Diddy. It's the same thing as Jeffrey Epstein. It's the same thing. And so that's why I dubbed this the Mormon pillar of the five pillars. It's been going on since the beginning of time.
Right.
Really.
That was one of the things that struck me about this article that I don't remember seeing before. So I'm going to read it again. This paragraph is like shocking to me, and it should be to most normal people who
Yeah.
don't indulge in cognitive dissonance. So this is the U.S. Attorney for Utah, Brent Ward,
Oh, yeah.
said he interviewed survivors of the alleged abuse, but could
Mhm.
find no evidence to substantiate their claim that they were ritually abused. He says, being a U.S. attorney, not a psychologist or psychiatrist or any type of mental health expert, to cope with the extreme brutality of certain experiences such as sexual abuse, the mind is capable of severely distorting events. So it's in their head. It's not,
Mhm.
it wasn't a real event. It didn't really happen. They created these events. He said, I believe there are elements of truth to their stories, and there's a startling similarity in their accounts. Oh, that's just a coincidence.
Right.
But a lack of evidence causes me to doubt if heinous satanic acts occurred.
Yeah.
That's a
Well,
crazy statement for a U.S. attorney.
not only that, but, he's likely a bishop, a stake president. He served callings, and they're, from my understanding, as a Nevermo, just they basically, and I don't know what to call it, but every like the men in the or the patriarchs, or the men of this religion, they are, when they be like whenever they hold callings in the church, when they become a bishop, when they become a stake president, when they become,
Oh, we lost you. We lost your audio. Kresha, we lost you. Where'd you go? Oh, no. Nobody else hears her either, right? Oh. Are you there now?
I'm somewhere in the portal. Somewhere
You do.
in
This is like your
damn town.
third. This is your third portal transition.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to like start charging a toll or something for your portal
Yeah, your
transitions.
ass. Your ass. Okay. Done with that? Are you done with that? Oh my gosh. No, I'm figuring.
uh, so you're here, right? Did we lose you again? Oh my gosh, people! She keeps getting sucked into the portal. This is going to be like the fourth one. Oh my gosh! Somebody, we need some sage or something. Right, Annium? Crasha, come back. You could do it. I don't know what the weather's like in Lake Charles right now. It's a good question. Let's check it out. Okay. All right, guys, that's it. She gave up after she got sucked back into the portal. So I'm going to call it a night too, and we're going to schedule something for I'm going to schedule for we're going to schedule something for next week, and maybe we can get it all figured out and go over more of this. That article is really, really eye-opening for me. I don't remember reading all those details before, and maybe I haven't. But there's also this, that the same people that wrote that article wrote this book. And let's see, I don't even know how many pages it is. It's lots of pages. I got Adobe upgraded, and I don't think it's an upgrade because I want to see how many pages this is, and I don't see 100 pages. It's a 100-page production by Gerald and Sandra Tanner, who are the same people that ran the Salt Lake City Messenger on satanic ritual abuse and Mormonism. So we're going to dive more into that at a future time, not tonight. Kathy Davis says these are spinoffs of regular LDS. That's a difficult question to answer. So I consider a spinoff like FLDS, like Warren Jeffs. Chad, wait, you're back.
Hallelujah.
Did you figure it out?
Hallelujah. God, I didn't want to come in here because it's hot, and so anyways, it's not though. Okay, my door was left open, and so I'm blessed. Okay. Woo! None like sweating, talking about Satan stuff,
But that'll
But
get
it's
you sucked
also
into the
fitting.
portal every time, right?
That damn portal, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the effing portal. It's like Portal Ministries, like in Visions of Glory. That's what they call it, Portal Ministries. Crazy, crazy people here. Not here, just from having to deal with it. Okay.
Well,
right.
I'm here, so there's at least one crazy person here.
Oh, we'll make that two. Well, we're crazy fun, okay? And that's the damn difference.
Yeah, we're crazy in a fun way, not in an unalive your spouse way.
Right. Exactly. Anyways. Okay.
So I wanted to ask you a question about this article. I have this paragraph highlighted that says, generally more counselors, social workers, and psychotherapists, individuals who have interviewed the victims.
Mm-hmm.
So that part, were there other people after Glenn Pace interviewed him that he's referred them to counselors, social workers, psychotherapists, or did he interview
I
them after the fact?
I bet you the farm right now. I bet you the farm that Tom Harrison. I don't know this for fact, but since I've read articles, I had newspapers.com before it was being promoted. I wish I could have taken Nate Eaton up on that 20% off, but I was already a member. And I had found some articles about Tom Harrison and how he, in his book, even writes about how he can just look at a little girl and can just tell that, oh, that's going to be a future client of mine, you know? Yeah, because he's got the discernment of Nephi. No, I don't know. I don't know about all that, but I can only imagine. I'm saying that because he seems to be in the middle of it. Okay. He is a renowned, now he's a retired therapist. Okay. Child sex abuse. And he used to, according to Goel, the investigator who has a channel called Investigations and Ritual Abuse, who has disseminated, like he's gone through with a fine tooth comb through these documents for the Hamlin case. Okay. He has tried to corroborate the stories anywhere you can, anywhere that it can be corroborated. Like if the girls say in 1992, we lived here, this account happened, he would go look at where they lived. He would see who else lived in the same neighborhood, or, just to kind of corroborate their stories, because a lot of people want evidence. Okay. Well, as a child and ritualistically speaking, generationally speaking, you don't whip out your camcorder. They do, it seems. There's reports of these offenders doing this kind of stuff, and I believe they profit off of it, of course. At least those are the allegations. And I'm just saying, what do people want to see? Like we're not Epstein. We don't have the tapes, And so it seems like this is steeped in this place of what I would call, I can't think of the word, limbo or purgatory, where you're not believed as a child, you're not believed as a victim who comes forward. You are doubted, you are character assassinate. Nobody wants to believe you, and especially a child. I believe a child is innocent in that sense when they're not trying to sway you. They are not trying to get you to believe wild tales. I think that's crazy
I
how
actually I actually
that's
talked
happened.
about that when I was reading this article, because I was like, this is 1990. This is clearly the era of you don't believe the victim before you believe the accused. You believe the accused first,
Exactly.
and the victim is making
With what
something up.
evidence? The same evidence that people are asking of victims. What evidence, and I guess that goes upon the same concept of, if, the prosecution they bear the responsibility to prove it in a court of law. And I mean, Trace, you probably, I know I'm saying you probably do, but Trace has a lot of experience and information into this, being a social worker and everything. So I'm saying believe kids, okay? First off, believe
Right.
people till they give you a reason not to believe them. That's all.
I think this paragraph is what sparked my discussion into that. Look at the bottom paragraph of this first, trifold.
Yeah.
Because of the lack of objective evidence to corroborate these experiences, police and social scientists often suspect hysteria and other psychological defense mechanisms. Are you
Mhm.
kidding me?
Uh-huh.
Because of the lack of objective evidence to corroborate these experiences?
Yeah.
How
This
about
is where
them
I have
just
a
telling
beef.
you that it happened? Yes.
This is where I have a beef with Mike King. Okay. Mike King, I mean, I get it. He has taken down one of these Mormon rings, I'll say. At least of that time, of his time. His name was oh my gosh, it started with an A. Eh, anyways, he wrote a book about it called Deceived. Mike King is an LDS, active LDS person who cropped up in this space during the after Lori and Chad made headlines. And sometimes I wonder, because I mean it was Mike King, and it was another one called his name was Chris. Oh my gosh. I mean he's a Catholic, and he's retired FBI supposedly, but it's like they kind of embed themselves in a community, and then they're like, no, they're the naysayers. Although Mike King was part of a task force for Utah, and even came up with the Utah. I don't have it in front of me to know the exact name of it, but it's a quick Google search. The Utah Task Force for Ritualistic Abuse or Satanic Ritual Abuse. But then it's like they don't corroborate, or they don't validate people when they come forward, or like me with my questions about how I believe JJ and Tylee were ritualistically handled. Look at Ruby Frankie's children. I believe they were ritualistically handled. Um, Jesse Hildebrandt, Jody Hildebrandt's niece, I believe they were ritualistically handled. Um, and I say handled loosely. Same thing with Tim Ballard, and I mean it's like an infiltration. I believe that Lori was also ritualistically handled and trained up in the system. Okay. Yeah, Deceived is the name of Mike's book. At least the one that, pertains to, or the one that he promotes, while he's talking about Chad and Lori. Now he's an active member of the church, and I tend to butt heads with him on so many things, with how he whitewashes, in my opinion, or distances what Chad and Lori have done from what the church is all about. I've seen it time and time again, and I respect him. I do. I mean, I have to in this space, But I've
Is
also
it kind of similar to Nate Eden, where you feel like he
yes,
whitewashes some
hmm
stuff in the
yep,
name of the church?
yeah, especially when they make appearances, or I'm talking Mike King, basically when he would make appearances on court TV, you know, and there's always Rex as another chatter, and I'm like, well, you're not going to have any opposition there or opposing views, because they both are like, hey, we want to talk, we want to expose, but only to our cognitive dissonance level, right? Like they're not, they don't see the abuse that I see as a non-member researching into the church. And I'm like, alarm, 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 like all the red flags. And they don't see their organization that they, belong to worship Jesus, whatever. They
Yeah,
don't see that as part of the harm of Tylee and JJ as I
right.
do.
And believe it or not, we actually talked about cognitive dissonance earlier too. Imagine
Yeah,
that.
that is something
Imagine.
you brought up, and because you kept repeating it when you and I first started, talking about all this, and I appreciate you for that, because holy cow, it doesn't matter what race, sex, gender, it doesn't matter who you are on this planet. You have it. You deal with cognitive dissonance, Um,
On
anyway.
some level, I mean, and we'd like to think that those of us that have more open minds have less cognitive
We
dissonance.
don't. We don't.
I have less than a couple of my family members. I'll just say that. But when
Wow.
it relates to these issues, but I
Why do
will.
you don't pluck them off or nothing, huh? Just kidding.
I mean, what if Chad Daybell had said that? We're like, whoa, why? Why do you have less family members, Lori? you know. Mm, sorry, that's bad that I even have that question enter my mind. But yeah, Elizabeth, lots of apologists posing as the press. KDH always sends me articles, by the way. Thank you so much, KDH. I never get to tell you enough. And she says, yes, they stay part of a religion that has caused so much abuse and harm. Same with the Catholic Church, same with all these institutional nonprofit organizations, where they are granted tax-free money. They don't have to pay taxes, and yet they have trillions, billions and trillions of dollars in their bank accounts. And it also they have victims in their wakes, okay? You have all the sex abuse stuff, the cover-ups and everything that are happening not only in the Catholic Church, Boy Scouts of America, the Franklin scandal, all these different the McMartin what do you call it? McMartin daycare, all these scandals, okay, where it's gross. It is so gross, and it's all the same type of people, like, and that's why I suspect that Stephen Stearns, being right there with Disney World, working there a little bit, with all the CP that was found in his possession. And I'm like, and I mean, I've looked as far as like who is putting money on his books while he's in jail. And there's these two questionable people with the same last name that I don't know. It's so bizarre. It's such a huge conspiracy. It's a huge conspiracy against humanity, basically. And I don't know. I don't know if it's because of my research into what David Hamblin and David Levitt and this network of Mormons have been accused of doing, and how I suspect that connects with Chad and Lori. It connects with Jody and Ruby. It connects with Tim Ballard. It connects with Julie Rowe. All these like-minded individuals, and they proudly go by that. That's what this is. They're the elites of Mormonism. So this is like Diddy case. This is like a Diddy, RICO case. This is a Diddy, except it's for Mormons. That's all. And we have this branch of it. Okay. And it's like they have their equal opportunity victimizers, they allegedly.
Well, they have their system set up to take advantage of whoever they want to take advantage of, and to smooth it over publicly however they can smooth it over publicly.
Yep. And the church has been busted of this. Basically, the Vice News article that came out about some call logs that had been, I don't know how they got them. I don't have the words for it right now, but it was discovered that the LDS Church was using their victim helpline, basically the 1-800 LDS or the LDS hotline, helpline. And as somebody from the outside, when I saw that the LDS Church had this 1-800, LDS helpline, I was like, oh, well, that's so good. That is so awesome. Wow. I'm impressed, so, but no, that is not at all. Always look further, look deeper, look beyond, look for the sources and who's pushing it. Why are they saying that? And see how that works behind the scenes, because that's like been one of the more gripping letdowns that I found, was that the church uses their LDS helpline to screen for claims of abuse by children, women, men alike. Charles could have called this number for all I know. Lori, I
Here's that
think, called
article.
this number.
Here's that
Shielding
article
this
by
earth. Here
Vice.
you go. Here you go. Thank you.
The Mormon Church calls the abuse reporting system it created 2 decades ago innovative, and says it should serve as a model for other religions and groups. Oh, Lordy.
And it
Oh,
does.
Lordy.
And it does.
Oh,
Okay. And it
in a
goes
bad way,
straight
right?
to Curtin McConkie, which is the church's, this is who they use for litigation. And you can find people like Sterling Van Wagenen, okay, back in 2018 on Mormon Stories podcast channel. They have recordings of Sterling Van Wagenen being approached by one of his, at the time, he's a grown up now, the child that he abused, okay, confronting him. And so he got him on tape. And so here they, there's so many cases of this happening over and over and over again. Adam Steed being one of those. He was so targeted, Adam Steed. Oh my gosh. And Adam Steed plays right into the Boys. I mean, he's one of the main whistleblowers for the Boy Scouts of America. And he is right there in Southeast Idaho where the abuse took place. That's why Frank Vandersloot, and this is where I heard it from, Adam Steed, who had Jody Hildebrandt's licensing taken away. Okay, because she was it's so deep. It's so deep, and I don't have it right here in front of me to speak to it at least and sound not like a crazy person like I do now, but it's just so complex. And if I were
let me keep reading this article from Vice, because I think it's relevant to everything that you're saying, and it's a huge breakthrough for somebody to report on this.
Yeah,
because everything
you'll get one every now and then. Mm-hmm.
Exactly, you'll get one every now and then, and you'll get a good article, a great article from Nate Eaton every now and then. Him going to Hawaii and busting Lori and Chad poolside in Hawaii was awesome.
But then you have to question who's follow the money. Why did East Idaho News become the authoritative go-to? This is the know all be all. Everybody, because of the integrity that Nate has shown, right? Does Nate know what he's covering up potentially? Not at all. Just like many Mormons don't know who and what they're protecting, and at what cost. That's my opinion. This
paragraph cracks me up. It's almost hilarious. The church
does it look good on paper? Yeah, it looks great on paper. All right, put it out.
The church has zero tolerance when it comes to abuse. Oh, really?
Cool.
Zero tolerance. The Mormon Church states on its website, we are unaware of any organization that does more than the church to stop and prevent abuse.
Woo! That's a heavy one right there.
You got your hip waders on, because that's about hip deep or not. Or more.
Yeah, I brought a tarp this time.
At the system's heart,
a tarp
is a 24-hour helpline that bishops and other leaders of the religion's 14,000 congregations in the U.S. are urged to call when they hear about suspected abuse. Don't call the police. Call this helpline first.
So that's the best thing you just said, Joe, because I've learned from watching these other cases, especially the LDS focused ones, these survivors that come forward and tell their stories of being trafficked, being abused, being SRA'd, satanic ritual abuse, whatever people are calling it these days. Okay. It's horrendous, and the most horrendous, egregious it's the most extreme form of child abuse. That's all it is. They labeled it just like they labeled conspiracy theory. When people were starting to ask questions about JFK and the assassination, right? That's when the CIA coined the term conspiracy theorist, conspiracy theory. They can label you. People stop thinking. They don't go beyond that. And they just chalk it off as, oh, that's just satanic panic. That's another coined, dog whistle or whatever you want to call it, to get people to stop thinking and to just dismiss people like me who are learning differently. I didn't experience it. Luckily, great. I'm so grateful for that. However, I'm speaking for Tylee and JJ who were. Okay, so I don't know if but I appreciate the fact that you're talking about this. It's scary. It can be. I mean, these people, they are threatened, and what the first thing they do is they assassinate the character.
You
So
know
it doesn't
what?
matter who I am.
That goes to both sides of the coin, though. So satanic panic goes to reduce people's beliefs that Satanism, satanic rituals could actually be involved in any
Yep.
abuse. Like if
Yep.
you're thinking that, you're crazy. Like that's just part of the satanic panic. But also on the other hand, like on the other extreme are the Christian, like the
Mhm.
extreme right-wing Christians that say,
Yeah.
Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, that's all satanic music, and that's
Yep.
teaching your kids, to follow Satanism. So which is it? Or is it somewhere in between? Or is it neither? Or is it both?
It's whatever they want to exploit it as. Okay.
Exactly.
It's because it helps them either way. And it's so lonely in these streets, and I'm not even a victim or survivor of it. Okay. I mean, I've had my own abuse in my own childhood, but it wasn't at church. It wasn't because of church. It was, um, but it's still infiltrated. If you look at the regime of where this spawns from, which is this white supremacist, um, uh, Aryan race, supreme race or whatever, then it makes all the sense in the world. When you have Chad and Lori telling other people in their circles, okay, that Brandon Boudreaux is the highest level, he's part of Hitler's regime or whatever. Okay, saying it's a secret combination. They're projecting all of their secret combination, so to speak, all of their satanic ritual abuse, all of their murderous desires. Okay. Lori said, she said, I did not have a murderous heart. I just wanted to stop the bleeding and stop the pain. Okay. So they're projecting all of these ideas that they are either doing and or that they know about themselves, how they think, the world's out to get them. And yet meanwhile, they're so sick they can't even see that they are extinguishing their own family members, for this greater good mentality. And it's happened and is happening over and over and over again. And it's delusional, yes. But it's generational, yes. It's systematic, why certainly, And it's like all these cups, they go in and they fill into the next cup, and then they fill the next cup. And then it's just a well-organized, it's been going on since this came to be, since finding mass burial grounds of ritualistic crimes committed against children, from ancient times. It's been going on. And so if people are, it's like people, I'm sorry, people and myself included in the beginning, like it's not comfortable to think that this kind of stuff goes on. I'm like, well, I've never seen them in the damn graveyard doing this shit. Okay. I haven't. But I do know that Chad Daybell worked in a graveyard. I do know, I mean, so much so that he even proposed to Tammy, his wife, in the cemetery. And I
What?
found out, Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah, there's pictures.
What?
Yes. Yes. They both work for Parks and Recreation in Springville, okay? And he proposed to her at a cemetery. And I'm not shaming Tammy for this at all. I'm just pointing out that Go Ellis, who brought this to my attention, the investigator into ritual abuse, I was following his Substack, and I was, because I found out about satanic ritual abuse, Gordon Bowen, David Hamblin. I found out because of a news story put out by Fox 13 News back in 2022, when it read something along the lines of child satanic ritualistic abuse involving cannibalism. And I was like, that's in Utah. Here we have the kids' bodies, Tylee and JJ just unearthed from Daybell's property in Southeast Idaho, a state over. And I'm just like, and they're from Utah. It's in the Mormodor. Okay. So I'm just like, how, oh my God, this is so related, is how I thought initially. And so I didn't have a lot of time, and at that time especially, to dedicate myself to looking, further into it, more viciously. I don't know how to really say that, but I didn't have a lot of time allotted to that at that time, because I was still researching into the case and into the things that Lori and Chad and their ilk were doing and did to my family. But as I became more and more, I guess, free to look into that case, the Hamblin case, it's become more and more apparent. You also have Tim Ballard in the news headlines around that time, actually a little earlier, 2020, because of fraudulent stuff. I didn't know anything about sex trafficking, the industry, the anti-trafficking. I'm like, what? My misconceptions were just as loud as everybody else's. Okay. My ignorance was there, and I have spoke out against things that I have no freaking business speaking about, because I'm ignorant. So I should shut up. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's a lot of us that just need to shut up.
Yeah.
And realize,
Speaking of that, so I've got a confession to make.
uh
While we were talking before you came up, I was reading through that article, and I was talking about high demand religion. And are you Catholic by any chance?
I was raised Catholic, but
You were
I don't cling to any church. Okay.
okay.
I don't worship a church, Joe. I
So I
worship
was like,
Jesus.
initially, I included Catholicism as one of my high demand religions, and then I rethought it, and I was like, no, they're actually a low demand religion, because you can sin your entire life and then confess on your deathbed and still go to heaven. So,
And you
so
can
that's
do it
pretty
without
low
the church
demand.
too, so just know that too. I
Say
mean, I
what?
didn't realize these things either, that you don't have to have a medium, aka a church. You don't have to. And that's what destroys Mormonism, or people who leave Mormonism, because they have the teachings of Joseph Smith so intertwined with God's word. I don't know if the Bible's true, is what I'm saying. Like, they don't know. Okay. Nobody knows what's after this life. And so nobody gets to tell you, or has the right to tell you, or has that say so over anybody alive, anybody who's ever lived. Okay. That, you have to go through this channel or this medium or this church, this belief system. Okay. In order
You know
to
what?
get to
You know what
heaven.
though? That feeds into the visions of glory deception, because
Whatever.
because of the quote unquote near death experiences that claim to be the
Validity. Right.
exactly that claim to validate that as being something spiritual and from from
God.
a higher plane.
Hmm.
That's just that.
It's gross. It's so
Yeah.
gross to see so much exploitation and oppression going on, because we're taught that these are proper channels. these are proper authoritative people. They hold the keys. I'm like, the imaginary keys? What are you talking about? Because I don't know how far this goes back. Did these people come up with the Bible? I mean, because the Bible is compiled of visions of ancient prophets, right? And then, but we take those as word. I'm not, look, don't come after me, anybody. I'm still ignorant on this. So just know it's something that I've questioned. I don't question God, period. In the story. I sometimes wonder if the story, like Jesus from the story, the Bible story, are they using his character or as a character like they do everything else, it seems, at least in Mormonism for sure, where they create this fiction or this this non they like I've heard of, because I've never been in a temple, but they have like a video that would play and it shows Eve and Adam and Eve in the garden and being tempted by Satan and yada yada yada. It's a play. It's make believe to them, but so I don't know what it's like to be a Mormon and go through it learning it that way my entire life.
You know what?
I'm not
No matter what religion you are, at some point in your life, if you can't honestly question your beliefs and say,
right.
why do I believe that? And how did I arrive at these beliefs?
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
you're not being honest
With
and you're
yourself.
not honestly believing something. But on the other hand, at what point in time does faith come into it and you have to believe something on just faith? Because
Yeah.
we don't have absolute proof of anything. We don't know
No,
what
neither do
happens.
they,
Yeah,
So
exactly.
just know that, but like I don't know, but they don't either. They claim they do, but they don't. They're just acting their part, They're either doing what they were taught, okay, without questioning it, or they know why they're doing what they're doing, which is pretty alarming in itself.
Yeah, that's so that was actually a a major moment in my life because it happened right before I turned 19 and I was supposed to go on my mission.
Mm.
My mom was attending Mormon doctrine classes at the
Wow.
local institute taught by a Purdue professor, but he also taught religion classes, and he taught Mormon religion classes for Mormons.
Mhm.
And at some point in time, my mom went up to him and said, "You know what? The stuff that you're teaching is like straining my credibility." And
Right.
he told her, as a PhD of religion at a major
Huh.
university, and as a Mormon, he said, at some point in time, you just have to believe something that's not believable. Basically, I'm not quoting him word for word, but he
Right,
basically
but
said you
along
have
those
to
lines.
believe something that's not believable.
Wow.
And I was
Hmm.
like, that, I mean, as someone looking at that, who was also at the same time questioning my own faith, I was like, okay, well, I can
Yeah.
question my own faith, and I'm not stupid for questioning my own faith.
No, you're not. But they don't like people who question things. That goes against their literal religion, okay? Or it goes against everything that they are grifting. It goes against their grift,
Right.
basically. Because it's like just like in the enmeshed family system, like the Cox family, okay? It's the same system. I mean, you can apply the same behaviors, that's what I do, to that of the church. You have the top, you have the bottom, you have at the top there's the leaders, at the bottom there's the sheeple. Um, and um, it just, I don't know where I was going with that, but it's
I
just
lose
so
myself there
deceptive.
often.
Yeah, I'm like, well, there's a lot in between the top and the leadership and what happens to the okay, so like the church never comes out and has to make any kind of statement or draw a line in the sand, so to speak, against people like Chad, Lori, Tim Ballard, Visions of Glory, Tom Harrison, and anybody else who went off the rails. Yeah, they did kind of start using their media department to squash people like Julie Rowe back in 2015 when Chad Daybell, I mean, he's written like he would make statements at that time because he was Julie's publisher, and I'm just like, okay, so Chad's been embroiled and entangled with the church on opposite sides or opposing sides, I guess you could say fringe. Because the church spoke out and they, at least with it, they sent out a letter and it was called Spurious something. And they don't come right out and say names, basically. They just say the bare minimum, enough to keep people where they feel like they have to choose a side, it just, if they would just be straightforward and say, stop your shit, okay, or you won't be a member here, okay. There's none of that, and they leave a lot of plausible deniability, room for speculation, people to wonder, people to think that they're right because they're people that they are huddled up with aren't being spoken about or out against. The church isn't speaking out against them. So what we are doing is in righteousness and it is in line with the church. It's gone astray. And it all leads back to what you read in the Salt Lake Messenger article about this witchcraft, this magic, treasure digging, pendulum swinging, Urim and Thummim, the patriarchal, the priesthood blessings, patriarchal blessings, where it's like a fortune telling type of, not priesthood blessing, but yeah. What do they call those things that you get a patriarchal?
Yeah, the patriarchal blessing. Yep.
Where
Where
you
they,
get it and it tells you basically what tribe you're from,
yes,
which
one of the
is
12
I have a
tribes.
theory
Yes.
about that.
Yep.
I have all kinds of theories now, I don't want to be right ever. I want to play something if you don't mind. I had done
Not at
it a
all.
while back.
Bring
Let
it
me
up.
get back over there so I can share my screen. If you don't, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. My nephew received the Melchizedek priesthood this weekend.
Well, that's part of this. The Melchizedek. I mean, yeah, okay. It's so scattered and I'm not an organized person, period. Anyways, like I didn't go to school for any of this crap, and so you add on top of that the trauma and just the complexity of it all. And I, again, am not a scholar in any of this crap. So I don't know how to put it into words. And it's been so frustrating. That's got to be the most frustrating part about this, is not knowing how to convey it.
How to present
So
it.
yeah, like how do I tell people what I'm seeing? I can point to it all day long. So I finally got my Chat GPT to kind of get on board. Like I'm like, how do I put it through this lens? So I'm gonna read this to you real quick, and then I'll play this what I have up on screen. But so what I did was there was this John Pontius. He's the ghostwriter for Tom Harrison, Visions of Glory book. He wrote the book, like technically, okay. He's the author. His name's on the book, which buys Tom Harrison plausible deniability and secrecy, because in the book, Tom Harrison goes by Spencer. Okay. So whenever in the beginning of the book, when it says that Tom and John Pontius are, they're taking full responsibility for what's in the book. Okay. But I'm like, no, you're not. Cause first off, I don't, who are you? Why are you using that fake name? And so there's that, for a lot of people call Tom Harrison Spencer. they still do probably. It's a way of hiding himself and distancing himself from his own damn book. Do you understand? And then John Pontius died right after Visions of Glory was published in 2012. Okay. And since then, there's even a website that you go to is johnpontiusinfo.org or .com or something. And his wife, John's wife, Terry, she runs that site, and she approaches, she has like these Q&As, these frequently asked questions, I guess you could say, to clear up any rumors. And, because Tom Harrison says that he can't take his book off the shelf because he didn't write it. Okay. He don't own the rights to it. But yet, John Pontius is the ghostwriter for it, but he died almost immediately after publishing it. John's wife, Terry, she has carried the torch, so to speak. And it's like nobody is claiming ownership or responsibility for the shit that's in there. And everybody's pointing fingers at other people. And it's just real rich. You know what I'm saying? Because it just speaks even more to me about their character, because they can't even stand on it. And those that do aren't the right people to stand on it. Like you can't take any real action, whether it be legal or moral action, against what they're saying, these ideas, and they're just out there in outer darkness. Okay. And they're just like for everyone to just to be
And
affected by,
people that don't know outer darkness is that's funny.
Yeah, it's Mormon hell, basically.
Yes.
To isolate a person.
Right. So just a quick side trip. So there's the celestial kingdom, that's the lowest degree of heaven. There's the terrestrial, that's the medium, and then there's the celestial. And there are 3 degrees of the celestial kingdom, 1, 2, and 3. So there's really like 5
3
heavens.
degrees of glory.
Yes.
And guess what Tom Harrison's book is? It's Visions of Glory. Okay.
Right. The celestial kingdom is where evil people,
that's now
like
this world.
It's very similar to this world, but the way that I think it was Joseph Smith described the celestial kingdom, and that's where people who unalive themselves go. He said it's so amazing that if you knew how wonderful the celestial kingdom was, you would unalive yourself right now to get there. That's how amazing it is. So it's better than where we're at right now.
The FBI agent Douglas Hart, who testified in both Idaho trials, and FBI agent, right? He shared that, and I mean, we know from the text messages between Lori and them that they were wanting to get rid of the celestial obstacles, meaning Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, Joe, etc., Brandon. Okay. And the terrestrial church, the terrestrial realm, I guess you could say. So the way he purported it and the way I've come to learn is celestial is worldly. It's going to be filled with your child murderers, your rapists, your, the grossest,
Hitler
the
will be celestial kingdom.
Mm-hmm. And if Joseph Smith is saying what you just said about the celestial kingdom, so there you go.
So what's worse than that is somebody who was a member of the church and disavows the church and separates themselves. Yes, apostates go into outer darkness, and that's a worse eternity than Hitler spends in the celestial kingdom.
Yeah. And that's telling, because they're like, no, we don't shun. But you do. You're very apostates. You say you're separating them, putting them in isolation, depriving them of your presence for the rest of eternity. That is so depraved. That's worse than hell, I think.
That's that's so manipulative.
It is
what it is.
And it's the worst thing you can do to a person, especially in Mormonism, because you're taught to this huge community network of people who rely. It's, a very self-reliant society who, I mean, y'all, you ever want anything done, you go to the damn Mormons and they are like, okay, right on top of that, Rose. And then bam, you got a whole, they're amazing with that. I'm still sitting back here like, what? I didn't know it was time to go. I didn't even pick my pencil up yet. And they've already established all kinds of things and very, very good at that. It's admirable, but it's also detrimental to someone questioning the faith for whatever reason. And when they leave Mormonism, a lot of active Mormons are like, why can't you just leave the church alone? Like, and I
Yeah.
mean,
Well,
it's like
it's
you're
more
wanting to
it's
throw a life raft and to rescue the rest of your family and people that you love.
exactly it's more detrimental to the people that are thinking about questioning their faith. Like
Yes.
you're not allowed to question your faith. It's like it's a hard switch. It's like when you
Even
have
if the
two
criticism is
magnets,
true. Yep.
when you have two
Polarization.
magnets that are negative to positive end, and then you
Mhm.
switch them around to positive end, and they just like go shooting off in different directions. Those are your two choices. Like you either you're in alignment with the church, or boom, you go like flying off in the opposite direction.
Very
That's
oh my God, totalitarianism. I can never say that word. Totaler.
totalitarianism.
There you go. Thank you. Well, anyway, so I wanted to share this with y'all real quick. I'm just going to read it. It's something that I came up with to try and see if I can get y'all to see how I see what this is that Lori and Chad and many others belong to, this line of thinking. Okay. And this, what I did was I fed my Chat GPT the talk. It's a fireside chat or fireside talk from John Pontius, 2009, at the Heritage something school in Utah, in Provo, Utah. And it was, again, 2009. There were about 550 people present for this talk. And there have been many talks and books and discussions and beliefs, this line of thinking ever since. Okay. And before. I mean, it's been going on. It's a deception. It really is. So I fed it to my Chat GPT and I'm just like, okay, through the lens of Lori Daybell. Okay, I want you to strip away any kind of biblical talk. Jesus ain't here is basically what I'm saying. Just they're talking in Mormonese, I'll say, but just know that this has nothing to do with Jesus Christ. This has nothing to do with the afterlife. This has nothing to do with that. Instead, look through it, filter it through this lens of John Pontius trying to sell people in his audience their own membership in this new world order. Okay. So just hear me out on this. Okay. It says this fireside talk by John M. Pontius, Tom Harrison's ghostwriter for Visions of Glory, is a masterclass in weaving a highly selective, personalized, and urgent narrative of spiritual salvation. When viewed through the lens of Lori Vallow Daybell's likely interpretation, stripped of mainstream biblical and church authority, okay, that's the important part here, and instead focused on a literal, exclusive New Zion that only the chosen can physically inhabit to escape global disaster. This talk becomes a blueprint for a dangerous cult mentality. Pontius isn't just selling a spiritual idea. He's laying the groundwork for a literal, exclusive, and hidden new world order for the elect. John Pontius's New Zion, a blueprint for exclusion and elite escape. All right, so that's the title for this section. And it says, from Lori Vallow Daybell's perspective, John Pontius isn't discussing abstract theology. He's revealing the secret code to a physical escape from a doomed world, a futuristic safe haven, only for those worthy enough to discover and commit to its path, to its hidden path. And then the next subtitle says, The Audacious Pursuit of a Literal Earthly Utopia. Pontius begins by framing his 15-year personal quest for a greatest or greater blessing, not spiritual enlightenment alone, but the quote, privilege of being a part of the latter-day Zion, unquote, in this life. That is the most important part. In this life, okay? He wants to be among the 144,000 who, quote, gleaned the earth, unquote, and possess the, quote, power of the priesthood, the Melchizedek priesthood, by the way, in its fullest aspect, unquote. For Lori, this isn't a metaphor. It's a literal call to action to secure a physical spot in a protected future, okay? A future city, a future utopia. His audacious claim of wanting to see, quote, atomic bombs trying to blow up Zion and raise my hand to the square and turn them back, unquote, directly resonates with Lori's light versus dark spiritual warfare narrative, where she and her inner circle are the righteous warriors. He describes, so John Pontius describes his discovery through Joshua Mariano's 254-page document, that's in quotes, that Zion is to be a, quote, translated society, unquote, a physical place transformed like Enoch's city. For Lori, this isn't just about Enoch's ancient city. It's a blueprint for their New Jerusalem, a literal place of safety from the chaos, a place of power where they can control the elements and escape from impending, quote, global financial collapse. This is all quoted from John Pontius's own fireside chat. Global financial collapse, widespread water contamination due to war, the overnight shutdown of factories and businesses, a biological attack on the United States, and a devastating plague resulting in billions of deaths, unquote. This paints a picture of an elite sanctuary reserved for those with the, quote unquote, correct understanding and spiritual status. So the next topic, it says it's quote, the quote, unified gospel theory, unquote, a hidden key to exclusive access. So this is also from John Pontius's talk. Pontius presents the concept of Zion as a unified gospel theory. And I would say this would align perfectly with Joseph Smith's United Order. Okay. Akin to Einstein's unified field theory. So see, but for the spiritual realm. This single principle, and that's in quotes, is the key to understanding and controlling everything. For Lori, this isn't about a theological harmony. It's about accessing a secret, powerful system that unlocks tangible blessings in this life, allowing literal interpretation of prophecies. The implication is clear. Those who, quote, have the lens of Zion, unquote, possess a superior hidden knowledge that grants them extraordinary abilities and access to this promised new Zion, New Jerusalem that they talk about, or New World Order, if you know what I'm saying, or the United Order, or whatever you want to call it. This creates a powerful in-group, out-group dynamic where only the enlightened can perceive and achieve these vast and glorious promises. So only Chad and Lori can cash in on these. I think this is what they were trying to recruit Melanie into. The costs are blood atonement, sacrifice, the personal path to godhood and translation, an elite transformation. The talk repeatedly emphasizes a personal triumph to Zion, independent of collective church direction. Pontius stresses that, and this is so important, that, quote, it isn't something that you have to wait for the prophet to tell you to do, unquote. This message would be particularly appealing to someone like Lori, who began to believe her own personal revelations, or bullshit, superseded established authority, justifying her actions outside of the mainstream church council. His vivid descriptions of, and this was something that was discussed, question, like Zelema was questioning Chad in text messages about making her calling and election made sure. calling an election made sure. It's not just a spiritual blessing, but a tangible event where, quote, the voice of God will come into your soul and say something as simple as, you shall be exalted, unquote. Potentially with, quote, visions, miracles, manifestations, and angels singing glories in your bedroom, unquote. This reinforces the idea of a direct personal validation from God, bypassing intermediaries. The Church of the Firstborn. So imagine that. I'm telling you, this is everywhere. I've seen the Church of the Firstborn. It's in Book of Mormon scripture itself. And so the Church of the Firstborn, according to John Pontius, is described as, quote, a society of people who speak with the Savior face to face, unquote. Well, that's Lori. She claims she saw Jesus in the temple. Oh, wow. It's just like Denver Snuffer. He claims, the second comforter, which is the first comforter is hearing the voice of the Lord. And the second is seeing him face to face in the temple. It's just dog whistles. Okay. Is all it is. So, okay. A society. Okay. So, oh my gosh, let me read this again. So the Church of the Firstborn is described as a society of people who speak with the Savior face to face and are, quote, gods with a small g, unquote. This is not mere spiritual aspiration for Lori. It's a literal transformation into a higher, like she said to Nate, a higher law, empowered human being, justifying their authority to make life and death decisions for others based on their dark status. And then the next bullet point is translation. John Pontius repeatedly links translation, which is a change in physical bodies, allowing mortals to avoid death. So, narcissists wanting to avoid death. Yeah, that tracks. To the ability. Okay, so translation. Pontius reportedly links translation, a change in physical bodies, allowing mortals to avoid death, to the ability to, quote unquote, divide the Red Sea, to, quote, move mountains, unquote, and perform other miracles. Lori talked about miracles in Nadine's interview. So I see a lot of these people saying miracles. For Lori, it's another dog whistle. For Lori, this would be the ultimate achievement. Physical immortality and supernatural power for herself and her inner circle, allowing them to literally glean the earth and gather the elect amidst global chaos. So the price, quote unquote, he speaks of, that Pontius speaks of to achieve this, is not explicitly defined as obedience to standard commandments, but rather a dedication to this inspired path to Zion. So this, in my opinion, is the price that was paid in Lori's case, Tylee and JJ. The price that was going to be paid in Melanie Boudreaux's case, like a lot of people ask, me included, what's the end game? What does Chad Daybell get off of Melanie Boudreaux harming her children and rating them dark? Where's, and everybody's like, well, there's the money aspect. Okay. But she could also gain entrance into this quote unquote secret society that has end time knowledge, okay, of the calamities that are going to rock the rest of us. Okay. Because we're Gentiles. They're going to know where to go.
This is huge for a traditional Mormon that was raised traditionally.
This is huge for everybody.
Yeah, right. This is not explicitly defined as obedience to standard commandments. Okay, so what is it? Is it obedience
it's a higher
to
law.
non-standard commandments? A dedication to this inspired path. Somebody define the inspired path to me. That leaves it wide open for anybody to define that standard path.
Exactly.
Or that
And it's
inspired path.
a deception that's being sold by these people. Okay. Pontius, Stroud, Harrison, Ballard, Chad, all these people communicate. They read each other's literature, and this is, in my opinion, why Lori was obsessed and still has her own copy of Visions of Glory. It's directions. I read it and I see what the hell, I'm just like, I don't get it. Of course I look at it through the bias lens that I do. But Lori is looking at it for instruction, for what other exalted people do. Because I believe the experiences that Tom Harrison is talking about in his book are not to do with any kind of near-death experience. I think it's his claim to remote view, to astral project, to leave your body, okay, to travel. And then whenever we're not ready for that yet, but to have these visions.
You said astral projection, right?
Mhm.
Not asshole projection.
That too, though.
Just
That comes with the
clarifying.
portal ministries.
And the toilet portals. That you know what?
Sitting on the
That goes
toilet.
hand in hand. Good grief.
I'm just, yeah, I just share what I learned. That's all. I'm just like, okay, that's what we're doing today. All right. It's so crazy.
That's what they're doing today.
That's what they're doing today. I'm just
Yeah.
here trying to relay it to people, and I look crazy, sound crazy, and
Right.
it makes me crazy sometimes.
You know what? When you report on crazy people and crazy thoughts and crazy ideas that
Mhm.
require cognitive dissonance to believe, sometimes you look crazy, right? Sometimes
Yes.
people look
Yeah.
at you like you're wackadoodle, and you're just like, no,
I'm like, I'm just here. That's how the police looked at my Uncle Charles.
Yes. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. That's very important to tie back to that.
He was like to Officer Rob. He's like, "You're LDS, right?" And she's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay, let me try and explain this."
Yeah.
And she kind of tried to understand it, and I have so much respect for her.
But you
really
could tell
do.
she wasn't active LDS.
Right.
Yeah.
She tried to follow along with the craziness that Lori was presenting into his life, and she just couldn't.
Moroni,
LDS
top of
or
the
not.
temple. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
she's saying she's a god and she's married to him. And yep.
Yeah.
And so he looks effing crazy. He feels
Right.
crazy. You can see it. You can see
Yes.
it in his eyes. You know, you can see it in his body language. He is just like, I'm at my end. You've got everybody isolating him, putting him in quote unquote outer darkness, if you will. Okay. Acting like he doesn't exist. He's the apostate for pointing out the apostate, you know, and he's the whistleblower basically. And nobody likes the whistleblower. They cause a lot of shit, but it cost him his life. And so I'm here trying to bring purpose to that.
Yes.
So but again, it all goes to this higher law, this greater light and knowledge that they're taught to. They're indoctrinated. They're raised to seek this greater light and knowledge from these like-minded people like Jason Mao, these gatherers. It's so crazy how they all play into the next, you know, each different thing. And I feel crazy because I don't know how to get these thoughts in my mind, unjumble them, and put them out there, you know, like to work through them, their complexities and my trauma, you know, just even trying to understand something that I had no idea nor interest in ever knowing. Okay. But here I am, and here we are. And so I'm doing the best I can. But okay, so it says the price he speaks of to achieve this is not explicitly defined as obedience to standard commandments, but rather a dedication to this quote unquote inspired path to Zion. This flexible interpretation can be twisted to justify actions that deviate from traditional morality if they are perceived as serving the greater good purpose of achieving Zion. Okay. The oath. Okay, I was just remembered how April Raymond was approached by Lori to also join this higher law, this greater purpose of achieving Zion. But they told her, or Lori told her that, you know, she wouldn't be able to bring her 2 children. So it's couples
Who was
only.
April? Who was
April
April?
Raymond is a friend of theirs, a friend of Lori and Charles's from Hawaii. Yeah, like,
So
girl, you can
she could
join.
join, but not her kids.
So think about Melanie Boudreaux. Apply the same thing that was told to April Raymond to Melanie Boudreaux. You can come, but you can't bring your kids. Lori, you
What
can come, but you can't bring your kids.
what was up with that? What was up with the you can, but not your kids?
It's adults only. I don't know. It's the rules. It's because you either have to sacrifice them or I don't know. I really don't. They don't want any kids. I don't know.
Who doesn't? Was it Chad? Did he have a thing?
No, it's not just Chad. This is not just Chad's idea of the end times. This is the elites. It's us versus them in this sense. You've got this secret club going on. All the billionaires will be there. All the, Diddy will be there. Epstein will be there, I'm sure. Other exalted people of the world. Frank Vandersloot will be there. All the leaders in this church, the Mormon church, will be there. All these people who are seeking greater light and knowledge, all these people like the seven gatherers, okay? They bought into this idea that was already existing before Chad and Lori's branch came to be. Their coven, I don't know. It's just their way of having different teams, I guess you could say, or different fundraisers across, or I don't know, what do you call it? Recruiters from around from all around the world.
Yeah, I'm curious, and I'm not asking you for the answer right now, but I'm curious what the root of is no children, because that's almost totally the opposite of what the Mormon church teaches. They want you to have a ton of kids. They want you to have a shit ton of kids like the Catholic church does. So
And
in this
unrealistic. Yeah.
yes, yeah.
Afterlife being sealed to them. What happens if you divorce and all the breaking up it does, tearing up of families it does. And I believe that's because you probably could suspect what team they're playing for.
The Braves. I don't think they're playing for the Braves.
Yeah, no. I'm sitting here thinking of baseball teams now. They are the inverted ones, who just like in the LDS Church of Satan, how it said that there's these people who coexist inside of the Mormon church who are wolves in sheep clothing. They are inverted, but yet they say and pray to God. They pray to Heavenly Father. They call, they say Jesus Christ. They say the Son of Man. Da, 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 da. They say all the words, but they really are. And I mean, this is said in the Hamblin victim statements that it doesn't matter. They say it if they're in the company of others who don't know that they are actually worshiping Satan. So they call Satan Lord or Jesus or Heavenly Father. They're praying to Satan in their mind. Okay. And that's another reason that satanic ritual abuse is not corroborated here. It's never, they're like, even Lynn Packer says it at the end of his number 23 op-ed series report about SRA existing in the church. And he's like, Gordon Bowen was asking to have these evil spirits cast out. He wasn't invoking Satan. So do you see what I'm saying here? It's a very slippery slope.
Yeah.
And you can't prove what's in somebody's mind.
Or heart. You can't prove what's in their heart.
Yeah. You don't know their intent. You just know by their deeds, by their works, by by their fruits. Let me finish. Okay. So the oath and secrecy of the elect. Pontius's statements imply a crucial element of secrecy. He mentions Quote, I have known these things for a number of years, and the Lord has not let me talk about them. And that is the hardest and loneliest thing I have ever experienced, unquote. This perfectly aligns with the notion of a sacred hidden knowledge. Think of your Freemasons. Think of all this shit, okay? That can only be shared with the truly, quote, chosen or worthy. Okay. The overwhelming nature of Joshua's, there's this guy named Joshua Marciano or whatever that John Pontius talks about. He had a document with 254 it was 254 page document with these authoritative church quotes. Okay. So just know that's what this document was. Okay. So the overwhelming nature of Joshua's 254 page document suggests that this truth is not readily accessible to the masses, but only to those who, and I quoted Mike Stroud here, this is what he promotes, Mike Stroud here. Inquire and plead to obtain and receive, brothers and sisters. He's like, come on, all you have to do is inquire. So Lori had to have inquired within the temple and plead to obtain this exaltation, so to speak, this her entrance into this utopian or new world order city, this new city that will come to be because of all the destruction that they all know about. They have special intelligence of what's going to happen to the rest of the world, to us. Is this why they're rebranding the maps? Is this why they're rebranding the Gulf of America? Okay. Is this what's, is this moving into this direction, so to speak, church-wide, worldwide? That's questions I have. So it says, but only to those who inquire and plead to obtain and receive, like Mike Stroud's teachings imply. This secret knowledge creates an exclusive fraternity of the elect bound by a shared hidden mission. For Lori, this translates into a literal oath to never tell another soul outside the circle of the elect that this new Zion, the literal safe place, exists or how to get there. It's not about hiding gospel truths, but about concealing the physical means of escape for the rest of us, okay? And the criteria for inclusion from the unworthy, which we are, okay, in their eyes. Implications for Lori Vallow-Daybell's worldview. So through Lori's lens, John Pontius's talk provides the, quote, divine justification for her most extreme actions. The gathering. This isn't a spiritual metaphor. It's a literal process of identifying and bringing the elect into their new futuristic safe zone, implying a responsibility to ensure that only the right people get in. And then there's the exclusion of dark souls. If Zion requires purification and worthiness to live in Christ's presence, then those deemed dark or unworthy or zombies, okay, like Charles Tiley and JJ Tammy were branded as zombies, are not just spiritually deficient. They are literal impediments to the establishment of this physical new Zion and must be removed or cleansed. And also, you can say sacrificed,
Okay,
for the
so
greater good.
help me understand who is making up these rules. Who are impediments? Who's light? Who's dark? And who are impediments? Who's making up these rules?
Whomever's in charge of this new way of life. And I mean, I'm saying this because of all the research I've done. It's so hard for me to extract, but it's making me think of Tim Ballard and Ken Krogh. We have an audio clip of them from one of the women accusing Tim Ballard of this couple's ruse exploitation, saying they were married before in a past life in order to go on ops and quote unquote rescue trafficked children. But really, no children were ever rescued. But this woman was trafficked. This woman was exploited. Okay. It's the same line that Chad used on Lori. Well, in this audio that she captured, it's Ken Krogh and Tim Ballard talking to this woman. And he's talking, Tim Ballard is saying that Elder Ballard, whom he was very close to, was telling him and Ken that if they didn't get Operation Underground Railroad established, that they would be slaves in 10 years. This was back in, 2014 when OUR was established? What was meant by Elder Ballard, allegedly, that they would be slaves in 10 years if they did not start Operation Underground Railroad. So it sounds like, and this is just me speculating, okay? It sounds like you have to have a nonprofit organization as a buy-in or something. It has to benefit the greater good. It has to exploit people. It has to network you. I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. I'm going to try and look for that clip real quick because it's important, I think. And it's very telling. There's other instances I can tell you. It's not just an easy, I can't just tell you blah, 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 and you're like, oh, okay, I get it. Like I don't know how to simplify it. I would love to. I could probably walk away from this a lot faster, if so.
we
Here it is. I
all
found it.
could. We all could. Ugh.
Yeah. Let me see if this is going to give me problems. Let me see. Come on. Okay, it's about to play.
So Ken's background is he built a multi-billion-dollar company
on this stuff,
inside sales,
concept.
like huge office, and so that's why. And I met him through Elder Ballard because Elder Ballard and the churches used him to use the same kind of tools and technologies for the missionary program and everything like that. And Elder Ballard actually looked him in the eye, and poor Elder Ballard can't even affirm this right now. But he said Tim will be 10 years ago. He said Tim will be a household name.
Yes.
And I was just like, what are you saying? Like no one knew who I was at the time.
And he said, if we don't do it in 10 years, we'll all be slaves.
That's right.
Yeah.
He said he took to Ken. He said, Ken, you need to guide that process to when it happens.
You know what happened the next 2 nights? I had dreams all night long about what to do, and I even saw Tony Robbins. And we went up there to that whiteboard,
crazy.
And we made a 2-story high whiteboard, and we circled all the best places.
Can you pause that and go back for like 30
This is
seconds?
before we knew him or he.
We didn't
Yep.
even know.
There's
And the Lord had.
Okay, I'm corroborating this with a whiteboard meeting that I found, that was forwarded to me by someone else who's worried, concerned. And see Tony Robbins' name right there? These are secret whiteboard meetings that took place between these people, Ken Krogh, Tim Ballard, that the FBI was interested in. Okay. I call it the whiteboard prophecy instead of the white horse prophecy.
Right. And
Okay,
I just
back
need
to
to go
what?
back for just 20, 30 seconds, and not even this, but the whiteboard part of it
It's
with the
2 minutes
circles,
long total.
with the circles, the
Okay.
whiteboard part with the circles is representative of multi-level marketing.
Yes. That's what Ken Krogh does. I can send you the
Yes.
entire 2-hour whiteboard, 2016
Like
whiteboard meeting that I have.
It's Amway. It's Amway. Like if
Mhm.
you know anybody that did Amway in like the late 90s, early 2000s, they did these whiteboard things perfect right there. Bingo.
Mhm.
That looks like an Amway presentation right there. It's multi-level marketing.
He's branding,
But-
and he's hired by the church, by the way.
Yes.
And he's put with Tim. But I mean, you have Ken Krogh, who is also, he's a billionaire, and he's also on Liberty 89 nonprofit organization, which is Tom Harrison is on, Tim Ballard's on. Okay. Ken Krogh is also a CMO for the Spear Fund with Tim Ballard that was kind of created, or it became really active once Tim was run out of Operation Underground Railroad for his sexual deviance. Okay. When he was quote unquote disfellowshipped or excommunicated publicly by Vice, by the church to Vice News in 2023. And there's this one for-profit organization company that was established. It's a media company established, and it's for profit. M. Russell Ballard is on it. Tim Ballard's on it, and it's called, get this, Slave Stealers. Okay.
Jeez.
And so they're moving towards, in my opinion, they're accelerationalists moving toward this agenda, this age-old freaking conspiracy that's been alleged to have been taking place. It just seems like they're gearing up for all these type of things, and that's why they sell the doom and the gloom, the end times fear-based, where Julie Rowe can, get people to go into debt, sell their retirements and everything to stock up on all these supplies that, she's like, oh, it's happening. It's happening. It's coming soon. I have excerpts, from a Davis County, Utah investigation into Tim Ballard, where they interviewed Sherston Stockwell, who she worked, I forget her title, but she worked for Tim Ballard in Operation Underground Railroad. And she claims to have shared some, spiritual experiences with Tim Ballard. And whenever she did, hold on, I got it right here. I actually have it. And we'll go back to that. But Liberty 89 was registered in, okay, here we go. Ken Krogh. Ken Krogh is the current CMO of the Spear Fund and has a long and fascinating history of business ventures. He is probably most well known as the founder of InsideSales.com and is consulting entrepreneurship. He is a member in good standing and has consulted for the church in a number of capacities. Ken was also the head of OUR social media back in 2016, which is when that whiteboard that I was just sharing with you, the visuals of, whenever that took place, that was September 6th of 2016. All right. So he suffered a significant head injury in a car accident in 2015. This moment seems to be a significant turning point in his life. As recently as 2019, his calling in the church was to manage social media for 30 Utah YSA stakes. In addition to his consulting, which he has consulted for the church on a number of occasions, Ken is on the board of Liberty 89 with Brad Brower, the son-in-law of Elder Ballard. This is his daughter, a media company founded by Tim Ballard. Here's your board of directors. Brad Brower is M. Russell Ballard's son-in-law. This is M. Russell Ballard's daughter. And Brad Brower is the founder of Brower. I can't really read it. Francis's or something. I don't know what it says. Or Financials. I'm sorry. So Liberty 89 was registered in August of 2016. Okay. So just a month before this whiteboard meeting that I have uncut 2 hours straight of this meeting, where they list the Clinton Foundation. They list Tony Robbins, Glenn Beck, Elder Ballard. Oh my God, what's that other guy's name? He used to be the governor of Utah. Corruption. Anyway, so, all right. From the recent publishing of the 75 pages of investigative documents, okay, on OUR, we learn of a meeting that was held at Thanksgiving Point in Utah between Sherston Stockwell with OUR, Tim Ballard with OUR, Ken Krogh, Tom Harrison, and Hugh Vell, Liberty 89. And this is as described by Sherston. So this is from the report, like I just hit that. And so now I can see it. It says right here. Hopefully you can see it better. Liberty 89, Elder Ballard. Sherston said that, and she the way they have this written is horrible. Sherston said Tim took her to a meeting in her official OUR work capacity to meet with people at Thanksgiving Point. The people at the meeting included Tom Harrison, Ken Krogh, Hugh Vell, Tim Ballard. Sherston said they claimed to have visions and special intelligence of the second coming. Sherston said that because she had shared some spiritual things and Tim found out about it, that Tim could share with her some more quote secret things that I'm involved in, unquote, meaning Tim. The secret, now Tim could share the secret things that he is involved in with her. Sherston said during this meeting, they spoke about Liberty 89, America becoming a fallen nation, and how it was Tim's, quote, calling to do these things with OUR and restoring America to the covenant. Sherston said restoring America to the covenant was, quote, a big mission of his, unquote, of Tim's. And he was, quote, called of God, unquote, to do this. Sherston said Tim was very verbal about Elder Russell Ballard's involvement and behind it. But Sherston said she didn't know if she believed that. Sherston also said Tim would say that M. Russell Ballard is a part of Liberty 89. Tim would tell us that, but Hugh was there and Hugh was an employee, so it would be more employees than just me. It's just interesting. The special intelligence part, where they have special intel. Then you have Tim Ballard claiming that he worked for CIA, but really he was just an intern. It's a grift of all grifts.
I guess interns technically work for the FBI, CIA, whatever organization they want to intern for. I guess technically they can put that on their resume, right?
And we can't dig into it because, Tim Ballard would have to give permission to the CIA. I mean, people have dug into this. Lynn Packer being the lead on this, okay? He's an investigative journalist who I would love to be in a room with him for an hour and just pick his.
Wait, Packard?
That's
an LDS
Packer.
name.
I know.
Packer.
His uncle was Boyd K. Packer.
Oh.
Who's part, I would say, a believer in this kind of conspiratorial agenda.
Oh, yeah. He's like, he's like Glenn Pace level, at least, if not higher.
Except I think they iced him out of, a calling, because you're a general authority and then you can move up. And I don't know all the technical terms, but it's like they surpassed him and put somebody else, like instead of promoting Boyd K. Packer, they promoted somebody else. They was being some little bitches, in my opinion.
Some politics.
Mean girls. On. Yeah.
Right.
Politicking, for sure. Anyway, so I'm just going to read this right here. It says, apparently Elder Ballard was well aware of Liberty 89 and its mission. And so it leaves I'll share this link with y'all too, whenever I get back over there. Copy. Was well aware of Liberty 89 and its mission to publish what appears to be American-centric nationalistic propaganda that's infused with Christianity. This was all to fulfill the American Covenant, which is a book that Tim Ballard wrote. And then he wrote it, and it's very Mormon. And then Elder Ballard got a hold of the book, took all the Mormon speak out of it, and so that it would appeal to a wider audience, a wider Christian audience. Do you see? And then now you think about how they took away Moroni from Google Maps, and they have crosses now. Now you look at how I think.
Wait, hold on, real quick. What did you say about removing Moroni and adding crosses?
Okay, when you looked on a Google map before, say, anywhere, anytime you would see a Mormon meeting house, a church meeting house, a temple, you would see Moroni, the angel, as the symbol. They removed those. Now they're crosses. They're appealing to a wide, they're rebranding.
No, yeah, they are, because so none of the stakes centers, none of the local congregation centers, none of the temples, none of them have crosses at any of the properties. And this was a major point of education for me growing up in the LDS church. Because my grandparents on my father's side were Catholic. And so when we went to their house, there were crosses everywhere, right? Crucifixes.
Yep.
Welcome
to
Never at
my
my
house.
Yeah, none of them at my house and none of them at any church or stake center or temple I ever went to, ever. And there still aren't any crosses there. And the reason it was explained to me was that's focusing on the death of Christ, and we prefer to focus on the life of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
That was how it was explained. So
It's supposed to be reverent, right?
yeah.
But I mean, and you got to think back whenever the Boy Scouts of America was, roaring and raging, that this was where Mormons were able to cross brand because Catholics couldn't put a cross on any kind of merch or uniforms or anything like that. Branding, I guess, for the Boy Scouts of America, but the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints could put the angel on there. Okay. So it's just whenever it benefits them best. That's my opinion.
A battle of religious symbols.
Yep. And I mean, it is all about symbolism, really. It really is. Yep. Now that I know to look for it, I'm like, oh my God, it's everywhere. I don't look for it to define my life. I'm just saying, I'm like, oh, so this is why I never saw it in plain sight. Okay, gotcha. Because this is how they communicate. Allegedly. Of course, I'm going to be ignorant to some levels here, because I don't know how to explain this. I can follow people who do, but I'm not really good at explaining it. But I mean, so yeah, Tim Ballard wrote this American Covenant, okay? And we just heard where Sherston Stockwell said that Tim, okay, whoa, right here, about how America being a fallen nation and how it was Tim's calling to do these things with OUR and restoring America to the covenant. Okay. America, right? Sherston said restoring America to the covenant was a big mission of Tim's, and he was called of God to do this. Was he called of God or was he called of Elder Ballard? Okay. And every other general authority who has been alleged to throw in and financially back Operation Underground Railroad, Tim Ballard's ventures, and the Sound of Freedom movie. Even
What, that should be where we go next Tuesday. When I see you next Tuesday, we should go into Operation Underground Railroad. I honestly think that's a good place to go next week.
Okay. It's just, I don't know how to talk about Lori and Chad without talking about Tim Ballard, without talking about Jody, without talking about the Hamlin case. Like, they're one and of the same to me. They all know each other.
We don't need to talk about Lori and Chad anymore. Like, we can just talk about Operation Underground Railroad. Right.
And that's what this is. That's my whole thing in this. Is all the network. Mine is the network following the money. And I've told you before that I followed the money all the way up to Carlos Slim, who was the wealthiest person in the world until Elon Musk recently surpassed him. Either way, they're all in the same club. Okay. So there's nowhere else to go up. There's no ceiling above them. Like, they don't have anybody above them. They're the Rothschilds. They are the Rockefellers. Mm-hmm. Yep. They're the movers and the shakers. They own all this stuff that I'm talking on right now to share this with you on Google. They own stock in all this stuff. And they're like, we don't want this keyword. Okay.
They're going to shut us down. We're doomed.
They put me on the shit list for sure. They have not shut me down, probably because I'm so horrible at telling this, but You know, I'm a very I'm not an effective whistleblower, so to speak. Whatever. Tim Ballard still blocked me on x.com. So,
For real.
but okay, so this was to fulfill the American Covenant, a religious theme presented extensively throughout Ballard's books. It is very important to note that Sherston said the participants, quote, claim to have visions and special intelligence of the second coming, unquote, who on the participant list provided is known to have had visionary experiences. Well, you know, in every CIA cult cover story, okay, there's Tom Harrison, there's a therapist involved, and here we are, Tom Harrison. Tom Harrison is a cognitive therapist with a 40-year career that has included teaching in multiple faculties at the University of Utah and private counseling. Not to mention he was meeting in the Salt Lake City office to teach Lori and Chad how to portal, aka remote view. All right. He is not currently listed, license.
This goes all the way back to the Salt Lake City Messenger article that we read right at the beginning, because it was University of Utah psychologist or professor or whatever was offering his opinion that these are just like
Tom
manifestations of their imaginations. These are not true things. So same university, decades later, same university.
And a well-renowned. Tom was there 40 years ago, you know. So he was there when that happened. And I've learned through investigations in ritual abuse by Goel that Tom Harrison and also from Lynn Packer, okay, that Tom Harrison was trying to get the leadership in the church. He was trying to get the brethren to accept and embrace this phenomenon of satanic ritual abuse. And they dismissed him. And it's just interesting, right? So he's trying to say it's valid. Why? Why is he with Tim and Ken? Why is he with Chad and Julie? Why is he with Jody Hildebrandt? Why is Tom Harrison at the what do you call it? The crux. He is at the center. He is the guru. He's the
nexus.
He is the I don't want to say he's the Jolion West or anything, but he is the something of this ilk.
There is a nexus. There is a nexus.
Huge. We just haven't found it yet, or it's not been exposed yet. It will, though. It will. And I'm just going to read this part right here. Tom is a member in good standing and has significant ties within the church. He was neighbors of Neil Maxwell, who was, general authority, and Spencer Kimball. He lives on the avenues. Okay, obviously, maybe not. I could be wrong on that. Over the last decade, it has been rumored that Tom is the Spencer whose visions are recorded in the best-selling book Visions of Glory by John Pontius. The book is filled with visions of the impending apocalypse and the LDS faith's role in it. Lori Vallow Daybell was reading that book poolside in Hawaii when she was served papers. And then when I saw my own name in here, I was like, oh, shit. What? Oh, it's weird reading your name. Recently, Cresha Easton, a relative of Kay and Larry Woodcock, published a series of videos on her YouTube channel reading the transcript and playing the audio of a closed-door 2012 Unblog My Soul reunion. That's just the name of a blog owned by John Pontius. Interview between John Pontius and Tom Harrison. And they say, I have not been able to verify the origin of this video and transcript since they are not on the official publication because they 404 everything. They wipe it clean.
No, you made it up. You totally created that out of
the blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because I'd make up something way more fun. It would not be this boring, weird shit. Okay, for sure. That transcript is actually in the book Visions of Glory. It's the first pages of it. But anyways, there's a video of it too. And Ken will teach us is that's what you do. You make ebooks, then you he markets it, he brands it. Okay, that's how he thinks. You make a YouTube video, then you take 4 episodes of your YouTube video series, and then you compile that into a book. That's exactly what Julie Rowe did. That's exactly what Mike Stroud did. They took podcasts that they did, numbers 1 through 10 or whatever, and then they made books. Okay.
That's what multi-level marketing does, is it creates
Guess
a
who else did it?
formula and says, follow this formula.
Yep, that's Adam Cox and Uncle Rex also did that. I mean, I'm not saying any affiliation. I'm just saying, yeah, it's just interesting to see how people. Because I was like, well, that's genius,
Well, it's like any other tool. It can be used for good or for evil.
Right. And I mean, there's of course
fire can be used
the,
for good or for evil. Love can be used for good or for evil.
Mm-hmm. It's the intentions of the person.
Yep.
Totally. Okay, so it says, interview between John Pontius and Tom Harrison. I have not been able to verify the origin of this video transcript since they are not on the official publication of the reunion, but Crush's recording obviously came from somewhere, and the context appears right. Unblog My Soul was a blog run by John Pontius. It is abundantly clear in this recording and transcript that Tom is Spencer. Tom's alleged multiple near-death experiences and supposed relationship with Neil Maxwell, the oft-mentioned unnamed apostle in Visions of Glory. He wrote about it, about Neil Maxwell, only legitimize his identity as Spencer. Also, most entrenched forums I encounter have made the same claim. It seems to be the consensus among adherents, and Tom is not denying it. The recent publication of the 75 pages of investigative documents only bolstered this claim. Despite not being a licensed CSW anymore, right? He's retired. Tom continues to work and consult in quasi official capacities. Tom was the co-founder of Eternal Core. And then they write, I can't access it, but I mean, I have it. I have some podcasts saved on SoundCloud of Ken and Tom, of Ken, Tom, and Tim, of Ken, Tom, and Jody. And yeah, I just recently uncovered some stuff this week where Tim Ballard is talking about getting high off of serving others, off of the hormones, the endorphins, he said the adrenaline of oxytocin, serotonin. I mean, just, those things. Anyways, but he went really, really, really overboard with it, I guess. In
Weird.
His explanation.
Just weird.
I'd already found a video of him talking and touting this stuff, saying that he had done his Tim said, I did my research, and so then he pulls up Tom Harrison as a source for that research, and it's all about these hormones that they get high off of when quote unquote serving I guess their community. And I have a theory on that, but we're not going to go there. And
not tonight. We can save that for another day.
Yeah. All right. So Tom was the co-founder of Eternal Core. Okay. And then it says Tom founded Eternal Core with the help of Ken Krogh. So here's Ken Krogh again. It's like, okay. Ken suffered greatly from his car accident and sought relief from the pain and the addictions he was fighting. Ken was introduced to Tom by none other than Rod Meldrum. Rod Meldrum is huge in this, okay, in this aspect, because Rod is the, I'll read this. Rodney Meldrum is a researcher, author, and national lecturer on the truthfulness of the Book of Mormon, with an emphasis on the scriptural and physical evidences, okay, recently discovered, indicating North America as the most likely location where its epic history played out, meaning the Book of Mormon. Okay. He's basically saying that Jesus has been here before. He'll come here again in Jackson County, Missouri. He served for 7 years as senior scientific researcher on a natural sciences book, was president and CEO of High County Gourmet Inc., Orem, Utah, and more recently was director of business development for Interact Medical. Okay. A leading LMS, which is learning management system developer for surgeons and patients in the medical device industry. Let me tell you about these damn devices, okay? We got M. Russell Ballard, who financially backed what Scientologists now call cans, e-meters, okay? Straight up. You can't make this shit up. He and his wife, Tanya, are the parents of 4 children. He is a 5th-generation member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, served a mission in Milan, Italy, and has served faithfully in many church leadership callings. Most recently, Young Men's President, High Priest Group instructor, and currently Sunday School president of his Provo, Utah ward, which is where some of the claims for Hamblin's abuse comes from. It's also been noted by Kara Burrell, Nuance Ho, that he has a mink farm. His family has a mink farm. So there's that little tidbit. But he's all about, this is the Book of Mormon evidence conferences. These, I believe, are front for the nefarious shit that's going on behind the scenes, like what Chad and Lori were doing. Whether they're hooking up, whether they're saying that they were married before in past lives so they can justify hooking up, whether they are sacrificing little children. I don't know.
But it also plays a part in the normal, average, everyday LDS member who believes
Are they
that
friends?
Nephi and the Nephites and Lamanites came from Jerusalem across the Pacific Ocean and landed somewhere on the west coast of the Americas and populated South and North America with indigenous peoples. And eventually the golden plates wound up in New York somehow. But if you believe that as a LDS member growing up in the church, you might be tempted to go to one of these conferences and be like,
so slippery.
Oh, crap. There's a dude that has proof that what I want to believe, I can believe based on what he's presenting.
You want
to me.
you want the Book of Mormon to be found in the America. I don't know who they're trying to prove it to. Mainly there's 2 camps anyways. There's Rod Meldrum's camp, who is all about oh my gosh, the home what's it called? Oh my gosh. I'm looking for keywords on here. It's called the home hold on just one second. Here we go. The Heartland theory. Okay. And he goes and he's researching into these, guess what? Mounds. These Indian burial mounds and stuff. Okay. And from what I've researched further into what those could be is very, very concerning. You know, that's way in conspiracy. I guess. I really don't know.
Well, because they're explaining the story of their faith backwards. They're saying in 1832, when Joseph Smith supposedly found the golden plates in Palmyra, New York, it was true. And everything after that is we have to build evidence to prove that that is true. They're building it backwards. They don't build it on evidence from the beginning to the end. They build it from the end to the beginning.
Sounds exactly how I explain Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, Audrey Baratero, their when they testified, they knew certain evidences because they were there, and thus they could plan their story around the evidence, just like you're saying what's going on here. I do believe that for sure. I mean, I didn't mean to tie it into what you just said, but it just
Oh no,
made
it
me
all
think about that.
ties in. It all
It's
ties in,
this mind of
even if we don't want it to tie in, it all ties in.
yeah.
The
They're
craziness,
like,
the
I mean,
madness, the
birds of a
cognitive
feather.
dissonance.
Birds of a feather flock together.
Yep.
Okay, is exactly my
Yep.
understanding of this. And they were actively, literally looking for like-minded people. Jason Mao was like, "Oh, like-minded people? Yeah. Oh, hey, Lori." And then he put Lori into contact with Melanie Gibb. Melanie Contact was appointed as the point person. I don't know, of that coven. I don't know. I'm just questioning.
Not just like-minded people, but weak-minded people. People who
But
are
yet we're
looking.
supposed to look at them like they're vulnerable and they got duped. That's my thing. Like Melanie was over. She's above ranks of Lori and Chad. Okay. But yet, she claimed that she was teaching a class in one testimony in Lori's trial. And then when John Pryor got her in Chad's trial, she said no, that Lori was the teacher. It was like, what? And so you can never, it's like nailing Jello to a tree. You can't get anything from it, nothing of substance, of truth.
Sweet Melissa, there were no damn plates. What? That's crazy talk. No plates.
And no Nephites. So there you go. Stick that one in your cap, Lori. I mean, but then, there's that theory, and I've thought about this before. Madly in Love with Jesus, one of my subscribers, has talked about how she suspects that the Nephites are the Nephilim. And then you got to think about the burial mounds that Rod Meldrum is, seeking out and researching, so to speak. Anyways, lots there. I want to read this part here where it says he began his study of issues surrounding the controversy over DNA. Yeah, he dabbles in DNA. And the Book of Mormon in 2003, which led to a study of the origins of proposed geographical settings of the Book of Mormon. In addition, he completed an intensive study of the Book of Mormon itself. When you say on the book, anyways, and the historical background and documents associated with it. In 2007, he began sharing his research through numerous free presentations within the Intermountain region of the United States. As interest in this research peaked, due to the tremendous amount of information to share, it was suggested that the presentation be recorded. Oh, and this is where he hired Nancy and Mike James, preparing a people. Okay, the result was the creation of a DVD, titled DNA Evidence for Book of Mormon Geography. Brother Meldrum has since given hundreds. They always embellish their resumes, okay? This is everywhere in Mormonville. Okay. Yeah, Brother Meldrum has since given hundreds of presentations across the U.S. and Canada and has shared his research and findings in support of the truthfulness of the Book of Mormon and the Gospel of Jesus Christ with hundreds of thousands of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The original 4-hour DVD has now been seen by hundreds of thousands of members, didn't you just say that, of the church across the country and around the world, receiving overwhelmingly positive reviews. A 5-disc DVD series, Book of Mormon Evidence, which Tim Ballard is, all these people have appeared on, they're all friends. Book of Mormon Evidence was released in 2009, along with 6 DVD series, Book of Mormon Evidence 2, which was released in 2011. Together are the most comprehensive work ever assembled on the subject of the Book of Mormon geography in North America. With more than 18 hours of combined information, 14 interviews, listen to this, 14 interviews with such noted icons as Elder Hartman Rector Jr., who's Emeritus General Authority, Keith Merrill. This is interesting because there's a Merrill, I'm blanking on his name right now, but he is the mayor of Rexburg, who gave me my jacket with Tylee and JJ on the heart, over my heart, and has the Rexburg city seal or whatever on the back of it. And it says never forget. And we also have a video clip of this Merrill, oh my God, I can't think of his last name. I mean, anyways, he was approached by a journalist, a reporter, the day that Tylee and JJ's remains were unearthed from Chad's property. And the journalist, was like, he put the microphone and camera in the face of the mayor, Merrill, and the mayor said, "Oh yeah, I'm so sorry to Tylee and JJ's families." And the reporter was shocked, and he was like, "Are you saying that those remains are Tylee and JJ?" And he goes, "Ooh, yeah." And he also spoke at conferences in Arizona with Jason Meow. I find that gross. Anyways, okay, so Keith Merrill, award-winning filmmaker, including The Testaments and Legacy. Oh yeah, they're always really close to movie producers, by the way. Together with hours of on-location high-definition video footage and stunning graphics. I don't know about all that. These have become the new standard in Book of Mormon geography research. All right. And here, this is a name that everybody will know from the James and Elena story. Bruce Porter. He invited Bruce Porter, an expert on ancient Semitic languages, to co-author a critically important book which contains the first systematic analysis of the 36 prophecies within the text of the Book of Mormon. These prophecies scripturally identified its quote unquote promised land as the United States of America. Okay, this is where Jesus is coming back, y'all. The book, titled Prophecies and Promises, the Book of Mormon and the United States of America, forms the basis of this incredibly compelling research, now known as the Heartland Model geography for the Book of Mormon. And you can download a free excerpt right there. But the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference was in Rexburg the weekend that JJ was murdered. And it was one of the reasons that Melanie Gibb claims she flew in from that Thursday to that Monday. And then David, her boyfriend, they were both married to other people at the time, drove in from Utah.
What,
and
you don't say? Did they spend the night in separate bedrooms, or were
Oh,
they
at first,
the same
kinda.
bedroom?
But then, David Warwick had a bad nightmare. His heart was beating, she said. I'm like, well, that's a plus. He also said that his nightmare woke her up. And so because she doesn't 100% believe in Lori and Chad's bullshit, she went ahead and knocked on Lori's door, tried to maybe text her or call her to maybe get a priesthood blessing from Lori or Chad so that David could go back to sweep, which I don't think is true at all. I think, again, this is just some of that weird shit that make people stop thinking. And they were there.
But his bad dream woke her up in a separate bedroom.
Yeah. But that night she was laying next to him. It depends.
Yeah.
If you ever go back and watch Chad Daybell's pre-trial, oh my God, John Pryor. I mean, I do love John Pryor with his hatred for Melanie Gibb, because I share it with him. I don't hate her, but I can't stand her. She's a liar. And I believe that she's more hands-on than any of us are aware of. And just got away with it, And just as long as she learned her lesson to her fellow, church member.
So people speculate, lots of people speculate that she got some type of an immunity deal to testify in Idaho. Do you think so?
I absolutely think so. Not to mention the over 300 and something text messages back and forth between her and Rob Wood, is questionable. Not to mention that when she was on Dateline, Keith Morrison also came up in the trial of Chad's and about text messages and how Keith would protect the church, essentially.
So they didn't think that they could nail Chad or Lori without her testimony, without an immunity deal for her, like for real.
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I know exactly.
I'm not saying there wasn't I'm not saying there wasn't an immunity deal. I'm not saying there wasn't. I'm not saying that she didn't testify under one. I'm just saying, if you made that immunity deal, why the F would you make that immunity deal because you didn't think you had enough evidence to nail them? Come
Right.
on.
Right. Exactly. A conspiracy is hard to prove, yes, but come on. Come on. And why? Why? Was it allowed Melanie Gibb to distance, and she tries to, but we can, those of us who know, we can see right through her shit, all their shit, where they're just like, at first when she first met Melanie, I'm sorry, when Melanie Gibb first met Lori and Melanie Boudreaux, but you got to go listen to the podcast where Jason Mao is interviewing Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow, and he talks about how they met in the temple, and he just knew by looking into her eyes in a brotherly, sisterly kind of way that she was one of them. She was a gatherer. She's part of the team. So because like Lori went with Nicole Earl, who essentially became one of the 7 gatherers spoke about in the FOIA request, casting these exorcisms and doing their witchy shit. Okay. A bunch of pagans, straight up. But anyway, so Nicole and Lori go together to the temple, to the celestial room, and Nicole introduced Lori to Jason Mao. Jason Mao recalled that meeting right there in that podcast with Melanie Gibb and Lori. And then you have it to where where Jason Mao says, "Here, let me put you in touch with Melanie Gibb. She's our point person for this area." And then boom. Okay, this is in September of 2018. In October 26, 2018, Lori was in St. George, Utah at another Preparing a People conference with Melanie Gibb, with I forget if Zalima was there, where Lori met Chad for the first time. He was speaking at that conference. And then fast forward a month later, and they are sealing in the temple in Gilbert, Arizona, while they're married to other people. So who's who in the zoo?
Yeah.
And it's ranking. It's like this recruitment system that they're doing.
It's rank. It's rank.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
It ranks. Yeah, it reeks and ranks, and it's disgusting. So again, and Melanie Gibb knew the whole time that Chad Daybell was married to Tammy.
Yeah.
Melanie Gibb knew the entire time when my Uncle Charles went to Melanie Gibb, or in her own words, lured Melanie Gibb to him in Lori's house so that he was like, "Can you help me? She is being crazy." And she felt sorry for him. But then yet Melanie Gibb framed my Uncle Charles as a creep who lured her there. Okay. It's some bullshit. It's a lot of double standard, double speak, double meaning, two-faced is what I call it. Okay. So when Melanie Gibb says in her interview that she goes, "I don't follow me." I'm like, girl, you the biggest gossip ever. Okay. You're the goss of all gosses. All right. I think it was the police interview. Yeah, in Arizona, it sure was, Chuck. Mm-hmm. So I am going to go back to square one, which is right here. And I'm going to start this back from the beginning. It's a 2-minute long clip. It has no words in the beginning.
So Ken's background is he built a multi-billion-dollar company
on this stuff,
inside sales, concept. Like huge office, and so that's why. And I met him through Elder Ballard because Elder Ballard and the churches used him to use the same kind of tools and technologies for the missionary program and everything like that. And Elder Ballard actually looked him in the eye, and Elder Ballard can't even affirm this right now. But he said Tim will be 10 years ago. He said Tim will be a household name. Yes. And I was just like, what are you saying? Like no one knew who I was at the time.
And he said, if we don't do it in 10 years, we'll all be slaves.
That's right.
Yeah.
He took to Ken and he said, "Ken, you need to guide that process to when it happens."
You know what happened the next 2 nights? I had dreams all night long about what to do. And I even saw Tony Robbins. And we went up there to that whiteboard. Crazy. And we made a 2-story high whiteboard and we circled all the best places and we circled the biggest name of all would be Tony Robbins.
This is before we knew him or he knew us.
We didn't even know.
And
And the Lord had our back. I didn't do anything about that other than highlight what he showed.
Well, I remember Elder Ballard, I said, well, he said, okay, well, Tony it is.
Yes.
Okay, well, how do we get to him?
Yes.
And Elder Ballard said, don't let the Lord take care of that.
And he
Within
did.
6 months, Tony Robbins calls me. Bizarre.
And already firmly committed, and that's where we're going, you guys. So
Young Single Adult Project, all that stuff, but I'll hit on that later. But so
I'll let y'all
what we
listen
do
to
is
this
we
part.
mimic
I mean, I just
the
included it.
traditional model. And the traditional model is you've got PR, which rolls to marketing, which rolls
This is multi-level marketing whiteboard 101.
customers.
like-
Yeah. Well, the FBI was
Let's-
interested in it. So there's that part.
Let's draw lots of circles and make us sound smart.
And now this
Yeah.
is
And
Go
make
after
it
the
sound like you want
sharks.
to be a part of this. Yes.
this is
Mhm.
split between two things: virtual media, and then
Hold on. I'm looking for something else too. Hold on. There it is. Hold on. Just one second. Let me make sure this is the right one.
More episode with Tim Ballard. This is Tom Harrison and Ken Krogh, the Eternal Core podcast and vidcast. We capture both at the same time. It's been a really fun process. But Tim, you've got a new project that you're now on a national speaking tour, and you've you got a whole new kind of content that you're sharing for leaders, corporate America, organizations. Tell us about what you're doing.
Yeah, well, it started with, again, I truly believe the key to ending modern day slavery is telling the story.
Yes.
Because once you tell the story,
Storytellers.
people are changed. And then they say, what can I do? And we have to create that. One of the problems is that it's hard to convince people to come have a speaker come talk about child sex.
Yeah.
Wait,
Imagine
I'll
that.
say.
speaker.
And
A speaker is going to help you overcome modern day slavery. What is your
Yeah,
definition
just
of
like this.
modern day
Okay,
slavery?
this is the concept. You just nailed it for me big time. Because how in the hell does a speaker and a movie that you produced, The Sound of Freedom, how do just like you showed earlier about the floods and people making merch? Okay, pray for Texas. Same thing. Pray for trafficked victims. Okay, it's like they make so much money. Tim Ballard has made tens of millions, hundreds of millions, even of donor dollars using a psychic to remote view and try and find. It started with a kid named Marty Gardy, or Gardy Marty. I always get them backwards. In Haiti, that has never been found, but that's what donor money was paying for. And there are no receipts of any child ever being rescued, by the way. And these are third world vulnerable countries. Yeah, but here, you just got to hear. Listen, Linda.
but if it's titled child sex trafficking, I'm not going to get invited.
Yeah.
So that's where it started. It was, how can I angle this? How can I present something, useful information that also tells the story of trafficking, like kind of a dual purpose.
How can I
And did a
present
lot of
information that
research
makes me
and-
more
and
money?
Actually talking to Tom.
Yes. Ta-da!
Tom was, again, very instrumental in helping me. Because what I was finding, and I actually was finding this outside of trying to find an angle. I learned some of these things.
Not telling my truth, not telling about my own experiences, going to these ops and rescuing actual people, but it's all an angle. It's a grift, man.
You learn a lot by working in the dark world of slavery, by being in the trenches of.
Now, but they tell on themselves, in my opinion, because I don't believe that Tim Ballard is any source of light. Okay.
He did tell on himself. He said
they
you learn
do.
a lot. He said you learn a lot by working in the darkness.
Yeah. He
Didn't-
talks
didn't he
about
just
all the
say that?
CP that he has had to, that's moved across his desk. And you're like, oh yeah. Cause he worked for Homeland Security too. And he talked about his tunnels, and he worked in the tunnels for 6 months and yada, yada, yada. It's gross. This guy is, but he's made it into the cabinet of President Trump. And, 2016 in that presidential run, He has spoke at whatever, congressional hearings. He's like, people are like, well, at least he's bringing awareness. I'm like, he's an exploitative victim maker. Okay. This is the problem. Stop having idols. Don't idol anybody. And then you're not going to put him above anybody else. That's bullshit. Potentially, essentially, allegedly, defrauding people into thinking that he's saying, what they're saying and what they're doing, they never match up. Okay. So he's a shit talker from way back. And that's what Operation Underground Railroad is. That's what slave stealers is. This is how they exploit people. This is how they get their fix, if you know what I mean. All those endorphins he was talking about, which he's going to talk about here too, which is why I wanted to share this part.
Of modern day slavery, of human trafficking, you meet people who are inspiring, children who figured out a way to get out, parents.
That's what we talked about in our last episode.
Right.
That young girl who was actually escaped and is ready to tell her story.
Right. I mean, how did they get out of this? Or how did they heal? How did they put up for so many years in darkness and survive? How do parents who are going through the most hellacious experience I think mortality can offer, which is your child's been kidnapped. You would rather have your child dead than think that what might be happening to them in the hands of sex traffickers.
So let me just expound on that and just know that Tim Ballard spoke at the same conferences as Chad Daybell. Chad Daybell's company, Chad Daybell's company, which is Spring Creek Book Company, sponsored the 5K race that we all thought Tammy was racing, training for, but she was actually a volunteer. And I have photos to back that up now. Didn't have them before the trial when we learned all that. Have them now. Tammy's at the finish line, taking a picture with her kids, Emma Daybell, Joseph Murray, Emma's husband, Garth Daybell, and Seth Daybell and his wife, and Emma's little boy. Okay. They're all at the finish line. That's September 7th, 2019. Tylee's last day on this planet was September 8th, 2019. Chad Daybell sent Tammy a text about shooting a raccoon and burying him in the backyard. Fun times before the coming storms. Okay. That was September 9th, 2019. The same weekend, Operation Underground Railroad was in town in Rexburg. Chad Daybell's company sponsoring said event. Rexburg Rescue Run is what it's called. And Chad and Lori are nowhere to be found. Of course, Tammy's there. So, that probably being the reason. But I'm just saying, Tylee and JJ were missing, and it became public in December of 2019. Why the hell did Tim not, he just said right here.
I work with these parents. I see them and I learn from them. And the one thing I've learned, how do these kids survive? The ones that do survive, that come out strong. How do the parents survive? The ones that make it and come out strong. There's one common denominator that I find in all these people, and that's they serve people. Service, even these little kids who can't articulate how they did it or what they were doing, they just learned. When I serve, when I do kind things for somebody, something happens to me.
Mm.
Something happens to me. And there's a heavenly aspect to this for sure, because
Heavenly.
We're told that when you serve mankind, you're serving God. There's a connection to heaven, but God works through science as well. And so this is where Tom helped me, and I got some research that he gave to me and that he helped me understand the amazing things that happen when you serve, physically speaking. There's amazing these chemicals, again, these beautiful chemicals, this cocktail of chemicals that your brain releases.
Adrenochrome.
It just happens when you and these chemicals help you in all areas. You know, I remember when I had to make a decision whether I was going to stay in child trafficking or not. And a little boy had been kidnapped. We just had recovered him. We found 12 other kids who were kidnapped. It was horrifying. And I
Wait,
was
what
coming
are
home
these
after
kidnapping
48
stories
hours of
he's
no
talking
sleep.
about, and why is he
There's
talking
2
about
off-ramps
them?
I had to.
Because he's an anti-trafficker. He goes in and rescues and saves all these trafficked children all by himself with the help of your money. These are tales. He's a storyteller. So
There was one going to the place where the little boy with the shelter where the little boy was being healed. The next off-ramp was my house. This happened so close to home too, which was hard for me with my children the same age as this little boy. So I was dealing with a lot. And then the next off-ramp was my off-ramp where I'd go home. And I played this little game with myself that if I get off, I'm going to stay in.
Dealing
if I
with
get
a
off and go to the little
lot.
boy, I'll
I'm
stay in.
dealing
I'll
with
stay
a
in.
lot. Is he a narcissist?
yes. Or I'm on the cusp of speculating if he's a psychopath.
Why would you're talking about rescuing all of these kidnapped children and
In
you say,
America. Now this one's
I'm-
in America by his house.
right, I'm dealing with a lot in
Mhm.
my personal life. I have such a struggle. That's a little too Lori to me. Like that's a little too.
Yeah. Good. I'm
Why
glad you
why
pointed
would
that
you
out.
bring that up out of the middle of nowhere? What does that
Yeah.
have to do with jack shit about what we're talking about, dude?
It's unwarranted. Nobody
Nobody
vomiting.
solicited.
Yeah.
That's an unsolicited.
Same for Chad. Whenever
Yeah.
Melanie Gibb recorded Lori and Chad in that 20-so-minute phone call, Chad's like, oh, that's what basically Heather Daybell is saying. My sister-in-law is saying that, it's all these conspiracy theories about Tammy, her death. And I mean, he unsolicited, unwarranted. He just volunteered it. Okay. And he also said that me and Lori, we're just not that smart to make all this stuff up. I'm just like, there you go.
Yeah, you're right. You're not that
We
smart.
know. You're correct. Here's a gold star. Go sit in your damn prison cell. Okay. These people are so inverted.
If I go home, that's me declaring to the world, I'm done. I'm
Pull
going
the
to quit.
ripcord. I'm out of here.
Yeah. And for whatever reason, because I wanted to get off on the second exit and go home, but I got off.
I bet.
And right when I did that, it was the craziest thing. Right when I did that, instead of feeling depressed, I felt this overwhelming feeling. Like I felt ambitious. I felt creative. I had these ideas that were coming. Things started happening to me in that moment. I remembered that. And I didn't know what it was. But that pattern repeated itself. And then I saw in others who did it even better than I did. And I realized what it was now.
Like what?
It was this amazing cocktail of chemicals that was saying, if you're going to serve, well, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to bless you with a little cocktail here.
See
An
this?
eternal core
What
God-centered
the
mental health.
You hear
All
this?
that, the difference
What
between
the hell?
Yeah. It's not about the child, the victim, the rescue. It's me.
It's an
and this
amazing cocktail of emotions. For real?
that also open up the windows to heaven, he says, in multiple places now.
Right. I'm surprised he didn't say it was the spirit telling him that he should
Well,
do something.
but that's implied. I think it's implied whenever he's saying, okay, I can take this exit and service the boy. Okay. And or the next exit, which is where I really want to go home. I really want to go home. I don't want to deal with any of this crap because it's just so much on me. Right. But yet he goes. And so that's the spirit that's how he's implying that God got him to exit and go service.
It's divine instruction.
Yeah. That.
Right.
Okay.
Serve?
So,
Well, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to bless you with a little cocktail here.
an eternal core God-centric mental health.
I'm going to bless you with
Call
a
that the
cocktail.
difference
God never
between
said that
I
to me.
versus the I am. Because
Interesting.
when we're all focused in the I, just us, what do I need?
In the
what
I.
are my needs?
listen to this.
We don't get those same. But when we move to the I am,
There you
what
go,
would
Jody.
Jesus do? Or or how can I serve? How can I be of help? That's when that change takes place, and it is an actual energy structure. And there are, there's nothing as good as dopamine and catecholamine and endorphins.
What's the other chemical? What's the other one? The
Adrenaline.
Here we go.
adrenaline. But there's another one that
Adrenaline.
really helps you feel so
Serotonin.
happy. The love one.
Adrenaline's
Dopamine.
important.
Okay.
Oh, vasopressin and oxytocin.
Oxytocin. Yeah. Oxytocin.
Sorry.
Is the one
Yeah.
I like the most.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
Not
If I could get it in the
Oxycontin.
pharmacy, I
Are you
would.
sure you're all on
The
Oxycontin?
only way we can do
No, I know.
it
It
is
doesn't- it
by
doesn't
doing
work.
what you're doing,
Yeah. And that's what's beautiful about it.
And it's the same thing with the eternal core. As we move forward and we create it, we see the energy increasing. And,
Yes.
and because the intention is not, what are we going to get? The intention is
Yeah,
what
it
are we going
is.
to give to someone else? How can
Negative.
we help them out of the process they're in?
The same line of thinking that David Hamblin allegedly has, where he believes his sperm is the righteous seed and will heal even patients from being homosexual. So you see this line
Wait.
of thinking here?
Wait, if a patient
Is homosexual, if a client comes into his office, he's a
All right.
psychologist, then his righteous seed, his sperm is the righteous seed.
wait, how does his patient get the seed?
There you go.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
No, that's how this is. That's it. That's exactly how Hamblin is alleged to have abused Brett Bluth,
Oh my.
who was referred by the church to Hamblin's own office. You have Tom Harrison here, who's a therapist. You have Jody Hildebrandt, therapist. You have Maurice Harker, therapist. You have all these alleged, pretty much exposed, not all of them, but exposed predators who are being, basically the church is corralling them into the predator. They're pushing them right into the predator's arms, but they're not culpable ever. It's the devil's fault. It's Satan's fault. They were deceived.
The devil made me do it.
Back to
Yeah.
the talk. So and then I'm telling all these stories, these rescue stories, right? And how this model works. I start with the story I just told you.
Yes.
And then I end with, so these people are learning about trafficking and getting involved.
Okay, hold on. He's telling you his little secret recipe, because here's the video I found of Tim Ballard. Tom Harrison heals rescued children's brains in aftercare. That doesn't exist, by the way. And this is OUR Spear Fund and Tim Ballard. Okay. Okay, I wrote, oh my gosh, it's so wide, my screen, so I gotta go way over here. The video clip of Tim Ballard blathering on the bullshit to yet another unsuspecting audience, names Visions of Glory author / visionary, although claiming he has no desire to be anyone's guru. Talking about Tom Harrison. I don't know how to write. Okay. Tom Harrison, who not only carved out time to teach deadly doomsday prophet Chad Daybell and his infamous and mystical sidekick, Julie Rowe, how to portal. Yes, we've all made fun of the portal thing because of who we heard it from. However, I've recently uncovered some rather shocking information that explains what Chad, Lori, Valo Daybell, Zalema Pastinas, Christina Atwood, Melanie Gibb, Melanie Boudreau, Serena Sharp, Audrey Baratero, Nicole Earl, Tim Ballard, Janet Russin, and the other psychic named Lori, that we don't know who that person is, and many, many other faithful Latter-day Saints who have no problem lying to their bishops, allegedly, on temple-worthy questions in order to further desecrate and stand among you inside your holy places of worship. I don't know how to write. Glenn Beck owns Blaze Media News, where his staff member did a big piece on Janet Russin back when the shit hit the fan, late 2023. And around the beginning of the article, dropped a link to Government, 3-letter agency, that starts with the letter C, study on remote viewing. I know, super sketch, and allegedly our government wrote it off, saying the parapsychological experiments just weren't accurate and consistent enough. Yet there's a plethora of accounts stating otherwise just within their own reports. not to mention MK Ultra, Project Bluebird, Stargate, etc. They claim to have stopped experimenting on human lives long ago. Anyway, with Tom's highly influential and super sus book, Visions of Glory, just from the excerpts I've read so far, seem to be less of Tom writing about his alleged near-death experiences and more like his remote viewing escapades. Nothing like voyeurism. Yeah. Think about that for a hot minute. This is what I suspect is being sought after and is also a way to blur the line for the brethren to not have a good enough of a reason to X his ass. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to go rewrite this. Listen to Daybell's Priesthood Blessings. Read text exchanges between Lori, Chad, Alex, Melanie Gibb, Boudreaux, Zalema, and listen to the 8 or so minute recording of Janet Russin's channeling session with quote unquote Nephi, a dead Mormon prophet, or as she claimed later, Tim Ballard's great grandpa, Nephi Anderson. Either way, she is communicating messages from upper management, so to speak, from here on this earth, which I suspect are her leaders, okay, to help her, Ken Krogh, and Tom Harrison try to make the next Mormon presidential candidate, much like what was done with Romney. If you recall, Elder Ballard went along with Mitt on his 2012 presidential campaign. I suppose this time around, maybe they were turning it up a notch or two and decided to gamble on all the for-profit and nonprofits that appeared to be the original origin story. I'm not making sense. It's so hard to explain. Of origin story of both Tim Ballard, the American Covenant, proselytizing and monetizing the grooming of our future president, and prophet, mixing church and state as per usual equals theocracy, and the explanation for why the United States wealthiest church to keep exploiting not only its own members, but anyone who will tell them, bless their heads and baptize into their granite vaults. Oh, and don't ever forget about why the church insists on needing to hoard hundreds of billions of bucks for the Lord's second coming. I promise you, it's not the one you're thinking of. It's the NWO. I don't believe in it, but they sure as hell do. I think they have more money and power than you and I, so maybe we ought to pay more attention to them and their crews. They aren't going to drag my ass down. They're obviously steady degradations down the... Anyways, I'm embarrassed. But this is Tim Ballard. Well, I guess I was angry much.
A little bit.
Yeah, this is where, I was like, he just said Tom Harrison. Okay, so this...
Times that I served, times that others served me. And all of a sudden, as I just thought about those moments in my life, I was filled with something that I recognized. It was the same thing I recognized when I had gotten off on the freeway, off the off-ramp.
Yeah. Freudian slip. I got off. I would change my whole language, I'm embarrassed how I just sounded reading that thing.
Oh my gosh, that's where I went. That's where my head went. I can't.
It's where he brings you. That's where he probably went too. It's the alarming part here. Yeah. But he did his own research, and so he's like, I went and got my buddy Tom's research. All he did was it's kind of like that calling dropping, where they vouch for one another. They do too.
I was in tears. I was just like floating. I feel like I wanted to go run a marathon from his house. I was like, what is this? I felt optimism.
What drug is this?
Courage.
It's chrome.
Unity. These amazing things. I said, what is this? He says, Tim, it's a chemical reaction. It's a chemical. When you give, when you serve, your brain actually releases these amazing chemicals: oxytocin, dopamine, endorphins, serotonin, and it's what
he left out adrenaline.
And if you're a spiritual person like he is, he says these are the chemicals God puts in your body that opens up the heavens, that helps you to get past the physical and into the spiritual.
And that, my friends, is exactly the end game. That is exactly why there are dead children. All right.
Whether you believe that or not, the reaction, the fruit of this is real.
10 times stronger than any drug.
I wanted to do my own research on it, and I found a brain specialist, one of the people that helps us.
You got that? He wanted to do his own research, so he got this brain specialist. He helps us heal the brain of the children who have been traumatized.
The reaction, the fruit of this is real. So I wanted to do my own research on it, and I found a brain specialist, one of the people that helps us heal the brain of the children who have been traumatized. His name's Tom Harrison, and this is what he says, his research. The research is conclusive. Through ongoing acts of service, charity, thoughts of kindness, and gratitude, the brain releases a powerful cocktail of chemicals, which include oxytocin, endorphins, dopamine, and others. These chemicals, in turn, produce in the recipient positive benefits, which produce higher levels of achievement, increased creativity, positivity, optimism, and in unity. Why are these fruits so important? Because you can't teach these things. In your home, to your children, in your businesses, to your employees. Can you go to your employee and say, all right, be creative? I mean,
You can't tell them. You can teach them.
you can say it. Be optimistic. Be a unifier. Be a
Just doesn't make
unity.
sense.
You can say it all day long, but how do I do it? How do I be creative? How do I just do this? You do it by creating the environment
Oh my
in
God.
which service is prominent, is paramount. You encourage your people, your family, to serve others. This is why Tony
So you can
Robbins
get this
always said,
drug.
the secret to living is giving. That's his life mantra. And that's why he gives so much, because he'll tell you, I receive way more than I give. I get all these amazing.
There you go.
There's times
yeah.
that I serve,
Okay, so there's that. And then back to here.
wanting to do something, but there's a lesson that got me into the door. Model works. I start with the story I just told you.
Yes.
And then I end with, so these people are learning about trafficking and getting involved and wanting to do something, but there's a lesson that got me into the door that they're also interested in, which is what entrepreneur, business owner, salesman wouldn't want to be more creative, wouldn't want to be more optimistic, wouldn't want to be happier in their work.
So
I mean,
come
these
to
are
Zion.
things you can't, as an employer of many employees, I can't go to them and say, be creative. I can tell them, I can say, knock on this door and make the pitch, but I can't say, be creative, get along with each other.
You can.
Be optimistic, just do it. Because I say you can't instruct that.
Those are things you can't even teach.
But what you can do, which I've learned through all these experiences working in human trafficking, these amazing, courageous people that I've learned from, as a business owner, you can say, you know what? Let's go serve. Let's go have a day of service today.
Wow.
Let's go. We have this. We're going to start giving money or resources. You can do that, and then know.
Yeah, Jeannie.
They're going to get some injections of some pretty awesome
Injections.
chemicals. Right? Just beautiful.
Well, I think it's organizational.
You heard
as well.
that, right?
Wow.
Let's go.
You heard him say you're going to get some injections.
Through all these experiences working in human trafficking, these amazing, courageous people that I've learned from, as a business owner, you can say, you know what? Let's go serve. Let's go have a day of service today.
That's crazy.
Let's go. We have this. We're going to start giving money or resources. You can do that, and then know they're going to get some injections of some pretty awesome chemicals.
Wow.
Righteous, beautiful.
Well, I think it's organization.
Righteous, beautiful. This is the same thing that Chad Daybell was purporting or whatever in those documents that are included in the FOIA request in the Chandler docs. So just to have it in two different places, and this time he's talking one-on-one with Ken, one-on-one with Tom Harrison, and then just listening to them pontificate is very telling.
As well, in 2009, I remember at InsideSales.com, we had David Elkington and I had started the business long before, and I had brought him one book. It was a first edition copy of Magnificent Obsession. And it was the story of doing service, of anonymous services, even a higher level, where you don't care what you get in return. But we finally decided to put it into practice in 2009, where we decided to take 1% of our labor, revenue, and product every year to a cause. We even called it the Do Good Foundation.
Oh, not the More Good Foundation, because that's the Mormon Foundation.
And we
Do
were
good.
watching our growth going along.
Gotta check
and
that
all
one
of a
out.
sudden, when we did that, whoom, everything changed. And we decided to have a special day off per employee, but where they could just pick something they wanted to do to serve somebody. And it completely changed the culture of our organization.
These
Okay.
concepts are not far from the normal
Prosperity.
no, not prosperity. No, these are the normal everyday beliefs of normal everyday LDS. Like
Thanks for pointing that out.
do good, do service, like service unto others is like a huge thing. Like, I mean,
Volunteering. Yeah, you got to think Jason Mao told investigators whenever he was being interviewed in the body, it was like an interview by the police in Lori and Chad's case. And he was saying that he volunteered feed a family. I don't know what it's called, but feeding humanity or something. And
Yeah.
the same with the Seven Gatherers, Nicole Earl and Christina Atwood both founded a nonprofit that Huggy Bear did the research and, returned the numbers, $650,000 a year in donations to, the name of it is, get this, Gathering Humanity. Okay. And they're in Arizona, and they claim that they help refugees find homes and stuff, which I've found some stuff even more suspicious and curious just recently, last week, that the church donates to certain arms who help refugees. And I wonder if 2 of the 7 gatherers are on the receiving end of that. Follow the money.
And it doesn't take much to go from being an everyday ordinary LDS member with a good
To
heart
a temple worthy member, I would say.
and yes,
These people are
temple
temple
worthy.
worthy.
Yes. Right.
Behind a secret door. And that's how I'm looking at it as a never Mo. It's a secret society. It's separate from church. Those are just your regular good members, that are filling up the church meeting houses, cleaning afterwards, not getting paid for serving these callings. And then yet, you have to double down, basically. You have to go through an extensive interview with your stake president, with your bishop, in order to see if you align with the teachings and their policies, basically. Like, do you agree that basically, do you regard the prophet of the whomever it is at the time as the know all be all? Basically, that's just my terminology. But and then they gain access into the temple. You have to remain an active Latter-day Saint to maintain that status. Okay. And you also can't have like back child support nagging at you. You have to be paying your child support, alimony, things like that. No ripples. Okay.
Can you get a temple recommend if you plan on unaliving your estranged husband?
Oh, I
Asking-
can one up that because these assholes not only did that, but they planned that inside of the celestial temple, in the celestial room in the temple. So they talked about unaliving my family in the holier than thou, the holiest of holies. Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. It's speculative, of course, because I don't belong to this church or organization.
Allegedly.
The hell I don't. I'm. How do I unbaptize myself? Because I am. She was working on Charles's family. I know, and I'm just like, how do we unwork that? How do we undo it? Because I don't want all those things on my family. Okay, whatever. I'm just saying. But I know, and so I was late, and I know I'm not trying to keep you or anything, but this is a very fascinating conversation that has been
It
needing
is.
to take place.
I'm here. I'm here for you. I'm here for it.
And everybody in the chat who has been, adding to the conversation for sure. And maybe some of you who are connecting the dots for the first time and you're like, oh my God, like corruption is everywhere. Nobody is exalted from it. Nobody's, it affects everyone, and it can every person on this planet can be corrupted. And if not, there are other ways. If they're not actually hands-on, abusing other people under the guise of doing the good work of the Lord, then they can also entrap somebody by way of what do you call it? Blackmail, threatening to lose their job, which I mean, they're trying to
Extortion.
extort. Yeah, you're trying to take care of your family. You can't lose your job, so you just look the other way. So, I mean, there's many layers to it. It's not just, oh, these are the perps. No, it's so complex. And it's, plane crashes. My uncle died in a plane crash, and I still got to research into that because it was his plane. I'm just saying, Chuck, his granddaughter, my uncle died in 2001 in a plane crash. That the plane, it was his. It was a new one he had just bought, a new used one, I guess. And it hadn't gone through all the inspections and everything. And one of his friends, JJ Johnson, who was on the city council here in Lake Charles, his estranged wife at the time was in Missouri, Joplin, Missouri, and she cried wolf. And she had a daughter, so it was his stepdaughter, but she was like 6 years old. And the estranged wife claimed that the 6-year-old had jumped off a diving board and got into a horrible accident. And this was not true, because I saw the little girl the next day after the plane crash had happened, because my uncle was just trying to help his friend, get there faster. And they crashed into a house in Joplin, Missouri. And it wasn't just my uncle on board. It was his friend, JJ Johnson. It was the woman's her 2 daughters, her son-in-law. I'm sorry, her 3 daughters, her son-in-law. And so she lost all those people, by embellishing that the little girl was basically, her life was, and she was going to lose her life. Basically, it was a horrible accident, but the little girl had a Band-Aid under her chin when I saw her the next day. And I'm like, wow. But it makes me wonder if, because my uncle was really plugged into politics, and he was a DEA agent and just some things like that. That I'm just like, oh my God, it affects all of us. We just sometimes don't know what to look for, but through researching all this, I'm like, oh, this is going to end up at home one day.
It does make you wonder, which is why it's so critical when we get to the end of this, when we get to sentencing, that you and your family. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. It felt like the world was saying, hey, this is final, and we're done. And so you're done. And sometimes I'll get comments that are like, now that, those are behind us. And I'm like, they're not behind us.
Nope.
Maybe they're behind you, but they're not behind me yet.
Nope.
Like, I still have to tie all this information it's still a dump. Okay. Whether it was a FOIA request that Arizona released, in October of 2021, where it felt like, oh my God, it was so much information at one time that it was so overwhelming, but I wanted to get a grip on it. Like, I wanted to understand it and not have people telling me what to think or what, to imply from the FOIA docs. So that happened. And then every trial that we went to, it was every day bombarding of just new information that you have to like factor in and process. And, it's a blessing and a curse, it's overwhelming. And then rerunning across things over and over and over again, like the way I do when I go to look for something else. I hear something that catches my attention, and I'm like, oh my God, that's what that is, because there's so many people involved in this cult, this conspiracy against, children and humanity, period, that are untruthful. They're liars because perhaps they participated, It made me open my eyes to the fact that these kind of crimes, ritualistic crimes, occur way more often than than I think we're aware of, because that's not usually how we prosecute here. That's not how our judicial system is structured. You can't mix church and state. You can't infringe on somebody's right to believe in whomever they want to believe in.
You know what? You just made me realize that there is a connection between the floods and between what we're covering tonight.
Evan Almighty. Is that where you went?
That's not where I went.
Don't get in the boat. Don't get on the
there
boat.
was a
Titanic.
don't build an ark. It won't work.
No.
Oh wait, it did work. No. So there was a flood, a major flood in 1987 at Camp Mystic. Or actually it was downstream of Camp Mystic. It was at Comfort, Texas, which is a couple miles downstream. And there was a busload of campers that and a vehicle behind them that got swept away in the floods, and 10 of them lost their lives. This was 38 years ago. And so we asked ourselves, I asked myself when I covered it and when I was on Salty's channel the other day, 38 years later, why are we doing this again? Like, why haven't we gotten better?
Yeah.
And I think it's the same with this Mormon ritualistic cult crap. Why aren't we?
Ideology.
Yes. Why aren't we better today than we were 20 years ago,
Because
30 years
I can
ago,
tell you
40 years
why.
ago?
Because it's uncomfortable for us to face the facts of this ritualistic abuse, even being real, because we're taught to question, oh, that's satanic panic. That is just crazy talk. There's no proof of it. There's no evidence. But I implore you to go and just look up and put the keywords in: ritualistic crimes, murder. And it's so much. I was like, whoa, I could do content for days just on the blurbs that were included in this one website that I'd found. And I was just like, oh my God, this is so vast. So I'm thinking, and again, I didn't follow the Delphi case from the beginning because I was, dealing with Tylee and JJ, Charles, Tammy, Joe, like with my own family's case. And so I didn't have enough room on my plate. My brain span was like, no, no more. But I mean, I would notice thumbnails. I'm a very observant person, and in my periphery, especially, especially being on high alert because of what happened to Charles, Tylee, and JJ. Okay. That's 3 members of my family dead, gone, just like that. My mom was on their hit list, is on their hit list. It was so scary. It was so scary. That it just made me wonder, why are they doing what they're doing? Why is Lori, who is that person? I don't even know who this person is. Whenever I saw her after she was extradited from Hawaii to Idaho, and she walked into the courtroom, my mom, Larry, Brandon sitting next to my mom, Colby's right in the next pew behind them. So is my cousin Cole. Everybody's there. Kelsey was there, just with Lori. Lori comes in with a bulletproof vest on, She has her shoulders all the way back. Like, she is so confident. She has a pep in her step. She's cuffed. She's in stripes. She is, dragged from Hawaii, where she was sunbathing with her doomsday prophet husband in January of 2019. And then boom, she's extradited, forced to come here, forced to give answers. Like, you can't just say your kids are safe and happy and then and then play persecution complex, or like you're being victimized by the government for not showing us that your kids are safe. We would have had no qualms, but already my family, for sure, especially myself, is like, oh no, they murdered my uncle. What the hell are they going to do to JJ, to Tylee, to whomever, and then it hits public, then she's extradited from Hawaii to Idaho. Then I see her walk into that courtroom so confident. Like, she had no worries in the world at all.
So was that
No
so
worries about her kids
she
being in the.
spent
Go ahead.
she spent 10 months in some type of an institution,
Spa. Yeah. Owned by
right?
the church, by the way.
Right. So was that before you saw her in court?
That was no, that was after. She didn't, like, this is initially, she wasn't even charged with they hadn't found the kids at this point. This was just hey, that's
Oh
it's
wow.
a law or whatever, a loophole or something that Rob Wood found to be able to hold her accountable, where she had to produce her children within 5 business days, okay? Or she was going to have to face the court. Boom, she had to face the court because she did not produce her children within 5 days or any days, right? And she sat in jail all those months. January, February, March, April, May. That's April. At the end of April, May is when Melanie Gibb finally came forward through Nate Eaton. Okay, claimed to have no attorneys, but she did. And then she went on Melanie Gibb went on her East Idaho News extravaganza, her Dateline interviews where she's touching grapes, and it's just really effing weird. Okay, these people are crazy. And then, but all this time, we have no idea where the children are. No idea. And so again, Tylee and JJ were found June 9th, 2020 in Chad Doomsday Daddy, his backyard, where Tammy was alive at the time that he placed those children in their shallow graves in his backyard, where he could see them from the cozy cone where he lived, and the kitchen where he would, I'm sure, peer out, just to keep them safe and happy.
So this appearance that you're telling us about was in between that?
It was, yeah, she was extradited from, it was a hearing, she had to face the court. That's when Mark Means, hold on, I'll look it up, Lori, because I want you to see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
March of, no, wait, was it? Yeah, it was March 6th, 2020. Let's see. Here we go. All right. I'm sharing, but I don't know if I need to go back over there. And do you see it down there?
There we go.
Okay. Now watch. Also, I can show you. Not to mention, Chad Daybell was brought in and out through an alternate door. Okay.
A different portal, if you will.
A door. Okay. Yeah. Here's all the officers.
A dordle. It's not a portal, it's a dordle.
Oh my God. I made some girdle up your loins merch today, and gird up your loins. Okay. This is Kia Kamanu. Yeah. Yeah. And I also, I was going to put on one design at least and put girdle up your loins, Joe. But I was like, well, I need to ask first. I'm not a last name or a Joe Schmoe. I know it's not your name, but still. Anyways,
You got it.
so let me know. You can have GERD. I'm gonna girdle them up. Because that was the most ridiculous thing I said. I was like, girdle up your loins. Totally
But
innocent.
then the next ridiculous thing was griddle up your loins.
Yeah, and me, oh my God. I was like, she was saying some really intense, serious stuff. And then I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, because I don't know how to like, I can't not react, it's like I have some kind of a OCD or something, or Tourette's or something, where I just have to say it, and or I'll just implode. And so I'm like, okay, but if you just read the comments, because y'all were cracking my ass up. I was like, griddle up your loins after Satan taco truck, oh my God. Yeah. I was there for it, but I was also like, okay, stop. Act your age, Crush K. And I'm not mature. I'm always in the damn gutter. I come out maybe 2% of the time, 98%. You can find me in the gutter. Okay. With the other cool people but then it's aggravating in times like these because, it's like, this is very serious shit. Trust me, it affects my life, my family's lives. Trust me, I know that, but it's also a place where, I've been looking and disseminating this information since July of 2019. So I find little places of sunshine, little pockets of sunshine, if you will, where I laugh because I need to laugh. It's dark, and so we laugh. Ooh, that's a weird little guy. She's wearing a mask right here.
What
Like a
is
duck
that?
mask or something.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Kia Kamanu. This is Detective Chuck Considus. This is Shane, I forget his last name, and then there's going to be Ron Ball. Ray Hermosillo with no hair, no beard. It's kind of funny.
He's not any taller either.
No. See, look how they all of them look like this. Wait till you see Rob, okay? And then it's like they went on a beard strike or something after this. And it's funny. This is Hope, I think. Detective Hope. I don't know who that guy is. There's Larry and Mom. Kelsey. Larry always does this. He'll, we go to a restaurant, it's a booth seat. He's going to put you in. He's on the outside. There's my cousin Cole. This is Brandon. And this is somebody with Brandon, but I don't know who. That's okay.
This is going to be like 1/3 of the number of family members on July 25th because we have 2 cases. We have
and Brandon
Charles's case and Brandon's case, and there were 2 full rows of Brandon's family at almost every single day of his trial. So
I might be giving a victim impact statement. I don't know yet.
You should.
I mean, I don't.
No,
I don't know. It was offered to me. Mom asked if I would want to, and that my brother might be going. He'll leave rehab, go. I remember talking to him while he was still in prison. I was like, this is your only opportunity. If you want to take it, you can, catch this very last trial. I just kind of opened the door. And
it's the same for you though. This is the last time. And you should, and he should, and
Mom is, and Uncle Jerry. I don't know if Aunt Susan is,
That's just my opinion. I think you should, and I think your brother should.
And I don't know if my cousins Cole and Zach are going to go. I have no idea. I worry about them too, but they want to remain outside of the spotlight. So I'd also want to respect their feelings,
Absolutely.
Yep. And Mom and Larry are wearing what I call anal beads. I'm just saying. I was like, texting Mom. I was like, what the hell are you wearing? That's what they look like. I'm just being, Kresha. That's my.
Oh my
uh,
gosh.
unfiltered humor there or whatever.
Uh,
But they were some leis that were made specially for Mom and Larry to wear at this, made by a couple in Hawaii that knew Lori and Charles and the kids. So there's a backstory. Insider info. They're not anal beads. I'm not
really?
plugging
Do you
them.
know that
I'm
for
not
sure?
plugging them, Joe. I'm not plugging them. Oh, God. I hope y'all have a humor. I hope you have it, because if not, you're gonna find me really distasteful right now. Look, Brandon's sitting on top of my mama. He reading her phone with her. I'm like, Mom, are those anal beads? Anyways,
Yeah, but
he's
you
like,
gotta stop
who
with
is that? That girl needs the Lord. Is what he's saying. Yep. Anyways.
Oh, anyways.
Mhm. Yeah.
Mhm.
So you could tell they're nervous. This is going to be the first time they see Lori since my mom would be May of 2019, I believe. Okay, now watch some communications going on here with Chuck and Citus. I remember bringing him up with Tracy. Look, there's Daybell. Everybody's looking at him like Satan just entered the room. He walked on his tippy toes. Yeah. Coming his attorney, Sean Bartholic.
What did she
He was
ever
also-
see in him?
Hold
Okay,
on. This was also Ian's. He also represented Ian in Ian's divorce. Sean Bartholic. Look at him.
Wow.
He's side-eyeing. He's side-eyeing
Yeah.
one over here. The other
okay,
one's
but
down.
what
It's
did
above,
she
below.
ever see in him? Not that she's like the end all be all, but what did she ever see in that piece of whatever you want to
I
call
always
it?
just surmised it to he must have a big potato. I don't really know. I'm being I don't know because
I just you made me spit up my drink through my nose.
girdle up your damn loins, Joe. This is girdle up your loin fire. Okay.
What the,
Yes. I don't know. And so I feel like I'm being
what a
disrespectful to
loser.
Tammy.
What a dweeb,
He
what a
is.
goober loser,
He's
like
a piece
whatever.
of shit.
Yeah.
And he wanted everything that my uncle had. He wanted to be my uncle basically without working for it, without having, that's what these Satanists do. That's what they do. They exploit everything, even ideas, even lifestyles, I guess. They thought they were going to get away with this too. That's the interesting part. All right. I mean, this was, we didn't breathe. I didn't breathe when watching this from home. I just want you to note when Lori comes in, her body posture, her nose is in the air like she just don't care. He looks like he's going to, ask people if they're interested in the Book of Mormon. Okay. He's living off Tammy's money right now, blood money. He's being advised by his attorney.
And what's so funny about that, dude? What's so funny about that?
Uh-huh. He's a frog, man. He's a toad. Totally. And Judge Edens, which is interesting, Lori recuses him, she got him to. You can take one judge out, just you don't have to have any excuse or anything, and so she did, and then she got Judge Boyce. But you should go back and watch the preliminary hearing of Chad Daybell, and just because it's what we had to go on for so long until the trials. But it was in August of 2020, and this is when the church decided they would excommunicate or disfellowship Chad, the second day of his preliminary hearing while he was in jail. But he was serving a calling before that. He had access and would go
what is
the
her
meeting house.
status? What is her status?
Lori?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yes.
until the church comes out and tells me, or, in a public access type of way, where it's transparent, just like Lori and Chad sealing in the Gilbert Temple. I'm going to continue saying that they did until the church says something, not through fair, not through its members. I'm going to hold, this is how you hold the church accountable and stop making excuses and just speculating that it had to be some kind of quasi off-brand fringe sealing between the two. There's more evidence that puts them inside that temple from the FBI testified to in Lori and Chad's trials on November 16, 2018. They for sure. And that's when James and Elena corroborates the story Chad wrote, the smutty novel. It corroborates that, as well as the Preparing of People conference that was happening in Mesa, Arizona that weekend, and where Mike Stroud was talking. And he also says, "Hey, Chad, Jason, Mike, hey guys," he talks, he puts them there too. Melanie Gibb finally puts Lori and Chad inside the temple in her testimonies, but not the initiatories. Okay, so whatever. Okay, so there's more evidence pointing to the fact that they were there.
At what date do you think that they were quote unquote married or sealed in the temple?
I wanted to know that because that's important to the story. Because so Nicole Heidemann, she's an FBI analyst. She testified that the records sent to them by the church, so from the church's own records to the FBI, it says that Lori and Chad were in the temple November 16th, which is a Friday. November 18th would have been a second anointing ceremony.
Sunday.
Which, if I'm a church and I am having second anointing ceremonies that's secret, not sacred, and hide it from the rest of the membership of my church, I'm definitely not going to corroborate any type of dates for that, because we're closed that day. So
November of 2018 is months and months and months before your uncle was unalived.
Yep. And this is whenever Melanie Gibb showed up at Christmas in 2018, and made it all weird, Brandon says, when he testified. And this is, it was just weird. And this is whenever Melanie Gibb shows up with her husband, her kids, it's their Christmas, but yet there she is acting all weird. Colby shared a story not too long ago about how it was just weird and gross. Everybody was just put off by it. And, okay. So at that point, Christmas of 2018, Lori and Chad were already sealed to one another, and they had just met October 26th of 2018, the month before, less than a month before. Okay. So, and then they started, I forget if it was October of 2018 when they first mentioned Viola, or if it was Ned Schneider, all the demon names that they were. Yeah.
Right.
Which that goes into grimoires and all kinds of things.
The names they came up with.
Sigils.
After they were sealed and they started determining that plotting. Charles was dark.
They started plotting immediately. Who does that? In what real world? Okay. So who assigned these missions to Lori and Chad is my question. They're the fall guys in this sense, because they're not the leaders, but they are definitely part of a larger network, tapestry, if you will, of like-minded people who, who have this agenda, in my opinion. So, yeah, but watch Chuck. He's going to be doing some little symbols. He gave me a friend request recently, so I need to ask him what the hell. Which, I mean, they are watching Chad Daybell, so they could be communicating with one another for like, go get him, drop a net. I don't know. Girdle up your loins. Detective Kelsey's mom. Kelsey. Colby, way over here. This is got to be a relative of Brandon because he's a big old boy.
I think he was at this last trial.
Okay. I was
I
wondering.
I-
Maybe a
I
brother or
think.
something.
Brother, cousin, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just a reminder for those that just come in, cell phones need to be silenced, no videos, no photos. Just a reminder.
I told my mom to wear red. Oh, I just realized that. She was like, why? I said, because some of the cases I had studied at that point, I think it was the LeBaron or Warren Jeffs or something, and she wore red. It was a symbolism for the second coming of Christ. So I told her to wear red. So I guess red leopard is good. He's pissed. I don't know if y'all can tell.
It's the second coming of the leopard.
Yeah, there you go. Because the leopard does not change its spots. Not even a red one. Yeah, he's pissed. He is aggravated. I love him. I love my dad. I do. He is the best. He's an angel.
He's just
damn.
pissed because he's wearing anal beads around his neck.
That's it. Okay. It's oppression. They're weighing him down. Yeah, he is. So he is so focused and like, I mean, if you look to the, if Larry's side-eyed to the right, Chad's right there. They've pleaded with Chad at this point in time via Facebook, any way they could send a message like, come on, Chad, you're a grandfather, you're a father. And nothing. Hey, Jason. Mark Means. The other two attorneys, Mark Means is in the beige or whatever jacket. Looks like Caillou. Anyways, the other two, they would recuse themselves eventually. And this is how Chad Daybell ended up with John Pryor. Mark Means and John Pryor practiced law in the same office. Yeah. Yeah, Angela, I picture Medea just jumping the gallery, the fence thing. Bullpen, whatever you want to call it. Look at Rob Wood. Oh, I'm like, where's his eyebrows? Okay. They're so clean shaven. It's unreal. Shiny, shiny, shiny head.
Did he do that in the shower? Like, did he take the razor out and go?
I don't know. I mean, I lost my eyebrows around that time, right before my uncle died, because I did freaking a few drops from the gas can into my new burn barrel, and woof, bye bye eyebrows.
I can relate. I actually can relate. I was cooking corn though on a propane stove.
Was it popcorn?
No, sweet corn. Indiana sweet corn.
Well,
that's the best.
Who's in the red tie? I don't know yet. The guy standing up, I don't know who that is. Probably one of the law enforcement officers that I don't know of. But do you see Detective Considas? And he's such a big guy, man. He can darken the whole doorway of a doorway. I'm just like, good Lord, I feel very short.
Well, when we get to July 25th, so we have pews in this courtroom. We have individual seats in Maricopa County. So there's going to be 15 seats per row, 7 left, 8 right, 7 left, 8 right, 7 left, 8 right, 7 left.
I'll make sure you get in, Joe. Right. Promise.
I appreciate that.
Maybe not be with media, but you'll get your ass in. So
I appreciate that so much. But I should get in with the media because I've been there from the beginning. If push comes
to shove, though, I will pitch a bitch fit. No, I won't. but I'll try. You watched this the other night and said to myself, that can't be Rob Wood. Yeah, so the guy next to Rob Wood is Spencer Trammell, I think his name is. He was, or Rammel. He was one of the attorneys on the prosecution side that like he was in Lori's trial. You know, he would question. So would what's her, oh, I forget her face. What's her name? Oh, the other woman. It'll come to me. That dude is built like a brick house. There's Ron Ball.
The door is 7 feet tall, so he's got to be 6'8", 6'9".
Something, yeah. Nephilim? No, I'm being. I'm joking. That is a joke. I'm really seriously joking. Jason says, "I'll give my seat to you, Joe."
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't think it will be necessary. Like, seriously, I have been there for every single day of trial. And so if there are media people that are like, you're not legitimate media, I'll be like,
that's my family.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Automatic. Just, that's my brother from another mother. And you can be like, that's my sister from another mister. Okay. Come on now. This is taking a while. But I mean, this is also showing here we go. She walks in front, looks over that way. I mean, she's just like, da-di-da. Don't count for me. Attitude. I'll go back. Hold on. Let me slow it down. Let's see. I will mute it because I don't want to hear.
She's always got to interact with somebody, though. Like,
yes, the room. She works the room.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say.
Look, I mean, I would be like squeamish. I'd be sucked against that railing on the other side. I would not be close. I was like, Mom, why you didn't stick your foot out? Just stick your fucking foot out. But, and this is the shitty copy. I just realized, this is 360, but they have one that's better. But I'm not doing all that now. She's laughing. She's giggling. She's flinging her hair.
Exactly.
She's gonna try and look at Chad back there. He's staring at her intently.
And
she looks like Tuesday from the Addams Family. Go ahead.
You know what?
Or Wednesday.
The jury from her first trial noticed that about her. Noticed her unusual behavior and relations with other people in the court. And
with what's going on. Yeah.
Yes. Her lack of self.
Oh, did you see that? Look how she's looking at the judge. Watch. Okay, I've caught this before.
Thank you. The jury noticed that too in her first trial in Arizona. Her lack of self-awareness. I think that's it. Her lack of self-awareness. That's what I was trying to say.
Is it a lack of self-awareness or is it an overt amount of self-awareness? And so she's acting, she's playing the room, like she's manipulating the room. Like, I don't know what that's called. I'm just saying, like, is she taught to perform, basically? Was she programmed to perform? Yeah, definitely narcissism.
All right, before we get started,
we liked him.
One thing for the audience here today regarding disruptive behavior. Any activity or behavior which is considered disruptive by the court will result in removal from the courtroom. Any spectator who creates a visual or auditory disturbance of the court proceedings may be removed from the
Good. Everybody that coughs their asses off during court proceedings, round them up.
courtroom and or the building at any time at the discretion of me or court security.
Yeah, we don't have to go any further than this. I was just trying to show you that person, like when I saw her walk in, I picture her doing it in slow motion, even, just where she's not a care in the world, not a care. And she that day died also in my life, in my world. I was like, for sure, that confirmed it for me. I already felt that she was behind my uncle's murder, but then to see her, after seeing Nate Eaton catch up with her in Hawaii, and her be like, that's great, and, oh, Lori, what's that bag of money you got? Why you got a baggie of money in your whatever? And I mean, she is the zombie. She is the zombie.
This was the first hearing after that
Well,
extradition from Hawaii.
yes. It was the first hearing from the extradition. However, she appeared twice, I want to say, in Hawaii. She hated it there too. I didn't really know how to watch court, you know what I'm saying? Like, all this was brand new. Like, we had the Facebook groups, but I didn't know about YouTube. I didn't really, I had a YouTube account. If you have a Gmail, you have a YouTube account. And I didn't have anything on it. It was just playlists and stuff, but I didn't utilize it. And Facebook, all the Facebook groups, they would lead me to, you click a link and it brings you to a YouTube video, a YouTube creator covering these cases. And that's how I was baptized in the true crime community. And have been here ever since.
Baptized. You have been baptized.
Yeah, it's a shitty club that I know that I'm not the first member of. Well, no, just to be a family member of victims, of this type of crime is, and then for it to, on top of that, then for it to be high profile, and I'm not giving any points to Lori. The reason it's high profile is because she is such an atrocious bitch who did really egregious things with her egregious husband, who's a cemetery sexton. They harmed a lot of people. They were extra, so to speak. And the way they acted so nonchalant and above all, exalted. They acted exalted, still do. And that just I think anybody watching or anybody who catches her behavior is like, what did she do and why? It pisses us off. I think it does. And that's why
I can't describe. So here's my dilemma is I'm not a family member. I'm just somebody who grew to know and love JJ and Tylee and your Uncle Charles through you and through Megan. So I have no dog in the fight. Like I can't claim anything, but I'm gonna anyway. I'm gonna say that this sentencing will mean something to me.
That means a lot. It means a lot, Joe, because if you share my screen, this baby girl, this is Tylee, right? And this was a picture that was on her Instagram, actually. And this is the, Costa Vida, I think it's called, necklace. I bought one, but I didn't know this. I didn't know this picture. Okay. So I didn't know she was actually wearing the necklace that was found in Chad Daybell's backyard near the fire pit. She's wearing it on this day.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. God. I bought it because of the way they explained it in court in Lori's trial. And so I went online and I found my own, just to represent Tylee. Costa Vida. There's actually a receipt to Costa Vida, I want to say, in some of the crime scene evidence photos, FOIA stuff. And and it means purity or pureness or something. Somebody can share that in the comments. Y'all always are amazing at that. But
Pura Vida.
Look how sad she looked.
Pura Vida is the pure life.
Okay.
Pura Vida. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, and Kit from Wordwise also bought one too. I'd noticed. I was like, oh, that's good. But I mean, she looks so unhappy. She looks swollen. She looks like she had been crying. I know that her mom was keeping her phone away from her since the day they murdered Charles. You know, Melanie Boudreaux was like, does Tylee have her phone? Lori's like, no, I've had it, ever since. And this was like days later, weeks later, about a week or so later. And we know that Lori was texting Tylee's friends, people who would reach out to Tylee. And so with Lori's recent interview with Nate Eaton, where she tells Nate, she just slips it in there and she says, Tylee died 2 days before her birthday, her 17th birthday, which was September 24th. That's her birthday. JJ died September 22nd, 2 days before Tylee's birthday. So essentially what Lori was telling us is that Tylee died the same day that JJ died.
How does she know that? How does she know that?
That's what she's purporting. That's all I'm saying. Nobody has put that together. They've said, yeah, September 22nd. And also in the text messages between Lori, Zalema, they talk about September 22nd as a significant equinox. It's a ritual day. And it's really, 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 really important and special in LDS Mormonism because it's the day that Joseph Smith claimed he saw Moroni or whomever, the different accounts, angel in the woods who told him about the brass plates and he'd have to go back every year and never could take him home. It was always conditional, Anyways, and so the conversation between Zalema and Lori was something along the lines of Lori saying something about September 22nd and then Zalema saying, Zalema saying something about September 22nd and Lori saying, that's the revelation. It was just like, it's just one of those things. I'd have to go back and look, but it's along those lines. I just don't know who said what. Yeah.
But thank you for sharing Tylee with us too, because it's
don't flatter yourself.
From you.
Anyways.
Oh, Nancy Joe.
Oh yeah, I made that too. It's just okay. But I'm looking, there's a video I have of Tylee and her friend Ashlyn because I'm like, oh yeah, Joe always asks me at the very end. So I started to look. Hold on. Let's see here.
We can be patient. We can wait.
Thank you. I just don't know why. I mean, it should come up.
It's okay.
Instead, you got to see all my multiple copies.
Right.
This was sweet too. It's Tylee saying, I love you so much. And then here's her footprints in the sand. I put this symbolism on there until I realized it's nefarious. I'm just like, oh my God, can't do nothing around here.
We're hanging out with you. We're checking out your videos and your productions.
I did make this or something. Her soul was a light so great to the world that even after she left, her light forever remains.
It does.
Well, this is redonkulous.
You're redonkulous.
Look, here is a couple days. This is September 6th. This is the neighbors who lived in the same apartment complex. New video shows JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan in Rexburg. So this is Tylee and JJ's right here in the red. And he threw out all his plush toys in the puddle right there in the middle of, the courtyard. It's just the alarming behaviors, him reacting to, and this was his last time on Ring Doorbell, September 17, 2019. Right here. He cussed. He said hell or damn or something like, get the hell out of here is what he said. It's just, he doesn't talk like that. And so Lori had stripped both those kids of all their comforts, just like Ruby Frankie did and Kevin Frankie. in my opinion. What is this? Let's see. I know it's him saying, "I love you from
my heart." Thank you.
On September 17th last year, a Ring doorbell captured 7-year-old JJ Vallow playing with a friend outside Lori Vallow's townhome in Rexburg. On September 23rd, JJ attended class at Kennedy Elementary. That is the last time he was seen alive. Police found JJ's remains on Chad Daybell's property in June. On the anniversary of his last sighting, family and community members remember the young boy.
Oh.
His older brother, Colby Ryan, released these photos of JJ, saying, quote, "To my JJ Boo, I love you, Bubby. I can't tell you how much I miss you. I miss your voice and your loving heart."
That's so cute.
He continues, "I will always want you to know. I always want you to know I love you. And you're in my heart
He
today,
was a parrot.
tomorrow, and
Yep.
forever. I love you, JJ." Rexburg police officers took time out of their day to visit JJ's memorial site on Chad Daybell's property.
There's
pay
Ray
their respects.
Armacio right there.
Days ago, JJ's grandmother, Kay Woodcock, released this photo, saying, quote, "Our baby is surrounded by love and peace in God's presence. We cannot help
Yes.
but miss him." She adds, "It helps knowing he is with his dad, Tylee, and all our other beloved family. Thank you, Jesus, for giving him to us. The short time he was here,
Oh.
he was a blessing like no other."
I guess I'm gonna wear another hat.
Blessing. It's a word that is used a lot by those who know JJ, and it's something his brother highlighted in a video made for JJ's birthday in May.
I feel like that's one of your main spiritual gifts is just joy. You just walk into a room and just make people attracted to the light that you are. People see that you are just such a beautiful person, JJ. You just make people happy, and you've made me happy for a long time as your brother.
For KPVI News that works for you, I'm Kate Garner.
Yeah. So, yeah, I didn't know it was on there.
That's tough.
It is. And I mean, look, this was Tylee's cover photo. Okay. It's at the temple. This little girl loved her church. It's Tylee, 2014. 2014. I mean, she could have uploaded. I don't know how old she was when these were uploaded, but they came from her account. You know, I feel so bad for her. I'm also grateful for her friends who gave her an outlet. She was her mom's worst competition, you know? That's how Lori viewed her, obviously. She just wanted to be loved by her mom, you know? Anyways. I don't have, she's my step cousin, so I don't have those kind of videos and stuff because, you know, it just wasn't like that. And JJ, he was, oh, here you go. Remembering Tylee. I don't know who wrote that. Remembering Tylee Ryan, Perry High School. Went to Desert Ridge High School Theater, lived in Chandler, single. One of her quotes that she wrote was, "I'm not here for a long time. Wait, I'm not here for a good time. Wait, I always mess things up. I'm not here for a long time. I'm just here for a good time," or something like that. It's a song, you know, but
hopefully she had one before. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is from Joe Ryan's Facebook, you know, of his little girl. And yeah, spending time with her. And Tylee, 2 years ago, one of the leads, you know, he was missing his little girl too.
And now he's not here either. Like,
nope.
That blows my mind. That blows my mind. Like, they investigated that multiple times and didn't find anything.
I know. It's aggravating, you know. Anyways.
Yeah. Anyways, so you do have, so you shared with us what with Tylee what you could, but you do have, I know you have a JJ video. I know you do. And you're going to play it for me, or I'm not going to let you go.
Hold, please. Let's see. Well, here's my uncle Charles's. I might have to push mute.
I got nothing to wear.
Let me just mute it just in case. That's my Uncle Bobby right there. This is when we were burying his ashes, or half of his ashes, I should say. That's the graveyard in Lafayette, Louisiana. That's my Aunt Chris and my Uncle Bobby. And where we're all going to go one day. On my gravestone, I wanted to say, well, it didn't make me stronger. Okay.
On mine, it's going to say, none of us makes it out of this alive.
Amen. Right. And this is Allison. She was on my channel. She was Uncle Charles's first high school, or not just high school, but middle school, high school sweetheart. And yes, I was Catholic.
So y'all just got the ashes. You got your Uncle Charles.
Remember, they were FedExed. Remember, they were FedExed to my mom's office by Lori.
Fuck.
So there you go. And it was so cold. This was also during COVID too. So people were streaming, watching it on Zoom. Other family members.
That day in court, I was the maddest that I've ever been in court ever.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's so shitty. So there he is.
No, there he's not. That's not him.
Well, there's half his ashes. Colby and Kelsey went to Hawaii and did a memorial dedication service.
That was nice.
Up there, yeah. This was his best friend, Kegel, his BFF. Okay, and there's Mom. Hey, Mom. Yeah. All right, so there's that one. Oh, I think this is so cute. That's such a good picture, both of them. I think. Oh, what is this one? Hold on. It's not the same one. It's just in 6 minutes. So hold on. Come on. Thank y'all for being so patient.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Today, I'm not patient. The whole point of having this service is for it to work. Okay. Anyways, I got time for all that. Now, I did go and I wrote these things right here. And I put there was a snowbank when I went. And so I had to run up the snowbank to this post right here. And I had a rosary that I have a matching bracelet to. And so I don't know, there was a rusty nail hanging and I roped it. I don't know how I did. I had to get a running start, and Joseph Murray came outside. He was like pointing his camera at me and I was just like, fuck off. I did. I was like, dude, we are not over there. Nobody said your name. You're not being persecuted, for Christ's sake. I'm looking. Where's my brother? This is JJ's dad.
Is he going to be there?
Maybe that's one of the things. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah,
my brother and JJ would.
That would be awesome. I know he would have a lot of support if he did show up there.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I think it would be very healing for him to, because not only lose your son once because of choices made, but to lose him twice and in the manner that JJ was handled, was just so betraying. That is such a betraying energy, so to speak.
Right. So if you get a chance to tell him, just tell him we're all supporting him and we're all there for him.
I will definitely tell him because it's healing to hear that, to know that you have support. And like, actually one day he told me and Jason while he was in prison that there was a special, Lori was convicted in both Idaho trial. In Idaho. So the Arizona ones hadn't happened yet. So it was one of those specials that came on, whatever. This is going to be no, that's just it's not a video. It's just anyways. And so, Todd, my brother, who was in prison, said that the show had came on, and he said every guy in his dorm watched it. And then after that, there was just like this newfound respect, reverence, place of like, wow, okay, I understand your story. Like that's pretty powerful. It's like inside the prison walls. I hope that helped more than Lori claims to help.
Right. Women's prisoners' rights. She wanted to talk about that with Nate. And Nate's like, you know what? We never got to that for some reason.
Exactly. And she's like, oh, you don't know how prisons work? No, hooker, he does not. But you do, right? And I think Megan's right on with the whole here, let me go to videos. Damn. Now you're really gonna see me out. Let's see here. I mean, I do make a lot though. So I should put them on a playlist, damn it. I need to do that. There. I'll be able to be. You have to let me go now. Oh, let me turn that off. He's so cute. So this one just has music to it. Just a normal baby doing baby stuff. Discovering baby things. Yeah, and you heard for yourself him mock Colby. Like he repeated everything Colby said.
Yeah.
Hello. Same thing.
Oh my God.
It's beautiful.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't even.
I will, Huggy Bear. I did the last time. Is there a new one? Yeah. Oh, what the heck?
Oh my God.
It's gotta be some mid-editing stuff.
Look at JJ. That is so beautiful.
Those are real, by the way. These signs, Tiley Way and West Joshua Street, are located in Meridian, Idaho, behind John Pryor and Mark Means' law office. Okay. I don't know who did it. I don't know if it was there before. I doubt it. But oh my God, that's the change I want to see. Just never forgetting their imprint on our hearts and in this life, Oh, well, okay. I don't know, y'all. We all here for the first time.
You're bouncing around.
Thank you, Carolina. Oh yeah.
Hey JJ.
You've never seen
How
this
you
one.
like Lake Charles?
Wait, what? Was that a picture of you and your Uncle Charles?
Was it? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to see that again.
I have better quality pictures. That's when we ran into them in Vegas. It was weird. It was like, what? I had never been to Vegas. I didn't fly. I wanted to watch the LSU game. I wanted to watch the Saints game the next day. Mom was like, she likes to gamble. I don't. And so I was just like, I'll be right here. She's like, you can do that at home. Anyways, we went to Planet Hollywood and here we are. Ran
That's
into my
awesome.
uncle and my aunt. You know, it was 2010 or 2009, you know, crazy. JJ wasn't around yet. Guys, bad quality. Who knows what's next? Okay, I don't. Animoto.
Say hi, Krisha.
Oh,
Hi, Krisha.
I didn't frame it right. See, early days. Also, oh, right here. Notice his nails.
Say hi, Krisha. Hi, Krisha.
Just saying.
Hey, Cole.
He
Notice
fought
his
his way
what?
into this world. His fingernails. He had fingernails, is what I'm saying. He didn't bite them or anything. And
Right.
so he scratched Chad before. And I'm just saying, I knew he'd fight to get into this world. I knew he fought getting, you know, being forced out of this world. And yeah. Oh, hold on, it froze. It froze for a moment, so it won't let me do nothing.
All right.
All right, I'm flipping back over there. So I'm gonna just stop doing that.
All right.
Anyway.
So I have Jack
Fine.
Fox from Never a Truer Word coming on Sunday afternoon.
Never heard of that.
So he's a linguistics expert. So he analyzes.
Oh my God, Chris, you hear that? Sorry, Chris, no more remote viewing. Do you hear what Joe Schmoe is saying from his mouth right now? We will be there because that's, yeah, non-linguistical stuff.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We're gonna analyze. He's gonna analyze, and I'm just gonna like listen to him. Nate Eaton's interview with Lori.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
Sunday
God, I
afternoon.
have so many questions. Okay, because Chris has been trying to explain to me what non-linguist or whatever, I think it's called non-linguistic programming. NLP is the acronym for it. And Julie Rowe does this, Tony Robbins does this, Mike Stroud does this. So would love to just kind of learn more about it. So I'm so glad that you are having, what's his name again?
Jack Fox. Never a
Jack
Truer Word.
Never. Oh, I know who you're talking about. He's an older guy, kind of.
Like older, like me.
I mean, well, I mean, he's
Older
not like younger. I'm
like
47,
Jason.
so he's older than me. And I know who you're talking about. And I started watching him whenever he was breaking down the Gilbert, the first Arizona trial.
Right.
And right before, too. And like breaking down body cam footage and stuff. And I was like, I really loved his take on things. Yay! Oh my God. I feel like a fangirl now.
So we're going to do that Sunday afternoon.
And Huggy Bear wants to know what time. Sunday afternoon or my days. So
it's going to be so Eastern time, either 12:15 or 12:30, I think is what our plans are.
Okay.
So
okay. If not, I can move my time around. Trust me.
No,
so
that's
12:30.
Yeah, that's the plan. 12:15 or 12:30. Don't know yet, but one of those two times.
Sweet. That's awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for doing that. And thank him. I'll be in the chat. And if you ever want to throw a link, I'm right there. Usually, except for today, I was taking my second nap. So leave me alone. My mama used to pick on me because I'd always say, leave me alone, leave me alone. So I'm saying, leave me alone.
I love me a second nap.
Yeah,
all right.
It's pretty cool. Anyways, thank y'all for having me here. All right.
Thanks for coming up. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for explaining things, the difficult topics. We all have
the weird.
Yeah, right.
Weird.
Thank you so much. Thanks, chat. Thanks, mods. We appreciate you all. Love you all. We'll catch you later.
Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, Joe, and Brandon.
Love always
Love
wins.
always wins.
Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of Joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of Joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Oh, we can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of Joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime.